Ladies and gentlemen, the time to begin the Polonaise, and this is how in the olden time in Poland they were starting very important events for the Polish noblery. And today we are beginning a very important event for the dance community in Poland in the 21st century. And I'm very pleased to welcome here in the auditory hall of the Paulin Museum of the Polish Jews, and at the same time I would like to welcome all those who are sitting in front of their computer monitors and following us online. I'm very happy because this second Congress of Dance has attracted a large number of people. Many people have been organizing it and will moderate the sessions, but also here in the room we have quite a number of participants. So again, we are meeting after a decade at the second Congress of Dance in Warsaw to find answers to the key issues and questions for the dance community. We would like to analyze the current condition of dance in Poland with the diagnosis and postulates that were developed by us, have been developed by us throughout the previous year within the framework of social consultations. And we would like to develop some schedule of activities for institutions, activists, who are involved with dance for the years to come. This is the main objective of this event, and we are meeting here so as to meet the need of integrating the Polish artists and other people in Poland who are passionate about dance. And I would like to welcome Katarzyna, a representative of the Ministry of Culture and Natural Heritage. She is the Deputy Director of the Department of the National Cultural Institutions, and I would like to give you the floor, madam.
Dzień dobry.
Thank you. I will read out the letter addressed to you by the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Culture, Piotr Gliński. Ladies and gentlemen, dance as a form of expression, as a type of specific activity with many diverse forms and significance, has been accompanying humanity since its dawn. And today, this art, its beauty, and also many possibilities of interpreting the movement give so many possibilities. The magic of dance and the depth of its expression help us to create performances of outstanding outreach. We create truly universal art, not limited by language barriers, and the dance has not always been occupying its due place, but luckily now it is being developed very rapidly, and the Institute of Music and Dance takes care of the development of dance and dance community. This is well manifested by the organization of this second Congress of Dance. During this meeting, we shall analyze and diagnose the current condition of dance and think about its further development. Within the previous years, we have held a number of expert meetings and social consultations, and thus we have developed a number of conclusions that shall be discussed and evaluated by many professionals. There are many professional dancers, freelance dancers, folk and ballet dancers, and all of them are engaged in this discussion. For many years, the voice of dancers has not been vocal, but this conference is not only a wonderful opportunity to meet, but also this is a venue for the debate and in order to find solutions so as to satisfy the needs, the most urgent needs of this community. One of the issues that has been mentioned by professionals was the issue of regulating the rights and entitlements of dancers, and I would like to assure you that we're currently working on the entitlements and information on our progress of work shall be represented by an expert who specializes on the entitlements of artists. And I hope that very soon we will have proper legal regulations in place. I would like to thank for all of the information that has been sent by the dance community to the ministry as we are working on this piece of legislation. We also cooperate with cultural institutions, local authorities. We also cooperate with arts universities and the private sector. And on the basis of the already existing cultural institutions, we have launched the Spaces of Art pilot program. And this is the pilot program, the objective of which is to run educational activities in the field of dance. And thus the Spaces of Art is to be implemented in many different regions. And this is how we will provide conditions for further development of non-institutionalized artistic development in cooperation with local authorities. Under current circumstances of COVID pandemic, it is very difficult to operate as many of the cultural institutions have suspended their operations, but still we shall earmark more funds for such institutions so as to support the artistic milieu. And for instance, already in April we launched a program that is under the title Art in the Web, on the web, and both institutions and individual artists have received support. Also, the ministry has designed further solutions and the aid package that is promoted by the Polish government. Therefore, we are responding to the postulates of the cultural and artistic milieu. We're also developing further legal regulations that will help to use the funds both on the national level and regional level, and thus entrepreneurs and NGOs will receive more support, especially those who work in the field of music, theatre and arts. And undoubtedly this fund will provide funding in the total sum of 400 million Polish zlotys, which is 100 million euros. And this is how we will aid the entire artistic milieu. Dance is a very volatile form of art, and thus it needs to be properly documented, and therefore we need to popularize research in dance and to promote dance. Undoubtedly, the second Dance Congress will not only help us promote dance as art, but also will promote the image of Poland as a country that takes due care of dance and is a meaningful player on the global artistic map. Thank you very much, and I would like to wish you a very fruitful conference. Piotr Gliński, thank you very much for this very important voice. Thank you, Madam Director. You might remember that the second Dance Congress actually started in 2019. This is when we started our consultations with the Polish dance community. And this is when we started discussions and consultations about many different needs. And since the very beginning, we're pursuing one goal. And this is meant to be the Congress of open consultations, so that the dance community may speak, so that the participants will have an opportunity to express their opinions. But also this Congress, it's all about people, and this Congress could not possibly take place without the involvement of people, experts, panelists, moderators, media patrons and honorary patrons. All those persons consider dance to be an important form of art, and they are here to support it. I also would like to thank those people who have helped us to receive more information during an anonymous questionnaire. This is 101 questionnaires that we have received from you, and also would like to thank all those who have taken part in open public consultations. This is 50 people who have been taking part in such consultations. Also would like to thank the experts. That is a group of 18 experts who have helped us to describe and formulate the topics to be discussed during panel discussions. And this Congress is supported by the Ministry of Culture and by the Department of Culture of the capital city of Warsaw. I would like to invite Mr. Director Ilczuk, who is the Director of the Department of Culture of the capital city of Warsaw.
Dzień dobry. Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, dance is the international language of communication and emotion. Sometimes dance is used as a therapeutic tool, but this is the form of art that affects our imagination so very much. And yesterday we had the Warsaw Holiday of Dance, and that Holiday of Dance has shown us that this community is capable of uniting. And this is a very good foundation for today's meeting. But also this sense of unity will help us to hammer out strategy so as to face the challenges that we're dealing with. Yesterday we had representatives of the social, public, private and local authorities at the meetings. Yesterday we could take part in many different workshops, ballroom dancing, ballet, and even the fiddler on the roof was there. But the challenges we're facing are quite big, and I would like to thank you for working with us, that is with the Department of Culture of the city of Warsaw Town Hall. But we will indeed follow your initiatives, your ideas and strategies, and whenever possible we will support you as the city of Warsaw. So thank you very much, and I would like to wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you very much, Director. I'm very happy that we're cooperating with the capital city of Warsaw. Indeed, yesterday the Warsaw Holiday of Dance was the first event of the kind in Warsaw. We were present in 16 venues in 7 districts, and we were dancing many different styles and dance techniques. It was colorful, it was wonderful, it was so diverse, and I would like to thank the dance committee at the Department of Culture of the city of Warsaw for being so very much involved. Yes, by all means, this was a very much integrative event that united many different institutions, foundations and NGOs that function in Warsaw. So thank you very much for being with us, for supporting our ideas. On the 27th and the 29th, that is from now till Tuesday, we are going to hold a conference. And this conference is broadcast online, but also it gives a possibility of joining the debate, all those who have to be with us remote online. And after this congress, we're going to launch a dedicated web platform. This is going to be the last stage of the Congress, because this conference is the last but one stage of this Congress, but the web platform will be the last stage. And this web platform will give you a possibility of filing your ideas, your observations, until October, the end of October 2020, and we will give answers to many questions that we might not be capable of answering today and through the next 2 days. And we know that you're going to send many messages to us using chat function, and we promise that we will answer all of your questions on the web page of the Congress. And the effect of this discussion will be a strategy for the years to come. And we hope that the gradual implementation will help us to improve the condition of dance in Poland, will improve the conditions for the development of dance in Poland. And we hope that many dance initiatives will appear. And now I would like to invite you to dance, to talk about dance, and let us start this polonaise. So let us dance, let us talk about dance, and thus the Congress is open.
Pragnę na scenę zaprosić
I would like to invite the panelists of the fast panel discussion and the moderator, Mrs. Nowakowska. Please join us on the stage. You can easily jump up here because as being dancers, you're quite agile.
Dobrze, usiądźmy.
So let us be seated, and thus we will start the fast panel discussion that will show us the benefits that we can gain from dance, how the society can benefit from dance, because many of us helping others to dance, some of us teach dancing, so how to help the society, both the young and the old. So Idzie Nowakowska, who is going to run this panel discussion as a moderator. Yes, hello. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for your kind invitation. And I would like to say Ms. Ola, because Ola was my dance professor in the ballet school of Warsaw.
I believe that this Congress and such initiatives are extremely important. At my work, in my profession, which actually took a different direction than I thought it would take, I have this mission that people understand the role of dance and how serious it is that you devote years of your life to become a professional dancer. And I do hope that a Congress like this will change our approach. And I do hope that you, Ola, though I'd like to call you my professor still, because you used to be my dance professor at school. Okay, let me introduce the speakers that we have with us today. Let me introduce Mr. Tomasz Nowak, Artur Fredyk, Dorota Gołąb, Kalina Leszek Bzdyl, and Professor Dorota Ilczuk. We will talk about the postulates, the demands, how to popularize dance, how to build and promote authorities in the field of dance, and also how to make people aware of the function and role of dance in social life. So we will talk about dance from the historic perspective, also choreological perspective. We will also talk about the importance of dance and the benefits for social life. We will also speak about the development of audience and the promotion of the values of dance. So let me start from Tomasz Nowak, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored that I can meet you today and that I can meet with you and discuss dance in such a wonderful circle of people, especially that dance anthropology. Well, it's actually the hippies in the United States who decided that they would discuss dance from the point of view of anthropology, though today's students believe that it's a thing of the past, though I'd like to prove that it's not really the case. Because we can talk about dance from both anthropological but also historical perspective. We can talk about the functions of dance that used to be extremely important. Though I don't want to dwell on it too much, we can obviously discuss how the function of dance has changed. We could read, for example, one of the first books on dance anthropology to become aware of the fact that the first anthropologists became extremely interested in this important role of dance, which wasn't only a source of entertainment, of some social activity and means of building social relationships, but it was also a way of legalizing things in society. It was through dance that you would become a married couple, for example. Well, this is a thing of the past, and these times won't come back to us, although we obviously are interested in this role and function of dance. I'd like to draw your attention to the current situation. Well, we know that when it comes to the main functions of dance, it seems that this social function is still extremely important. The entertainment element is also extremely important. However, we also now think about dance as a performance, as a show, and the role of audience is also important here. And we also need to talk about dance education. And this is all working in a system that I'd like to describe today. Well, all this has been described by theoreticians, I believe, a dozen of years ago. But I believe we can also, it's all right to remind ourselves of these issues. Well, the effect of globalization is that culture has become a commercial good. Well, the 16th century was the moment when this globalization started, but it is all happening now even more intensely. So thanks to the internet, we can now see any type of dance that there is in the world. So on the one hand, there are American people who regret the fact that they were not born in Far East and they can't dance the Buto dance. On the other hand, there are Japanese people who'd love to be able to do the street dance. We also want to revive things that have disappeared from the earth. I'm talking here about more traditional dance. I'm also talking here about dance theater and an attempt to promote it and also to reach other audiences, other types of viewers. So these are important aspects, important issues, but what is the most important is the complexity of this issue. You know, this great or variety of options that viewers have, they actually might get lost because of this multitude of options. And therefore, people now very often only scratch the surface of dance phenomena. This happens very often, but maybe on the other hand, such an experience of dance is also quite beneficial. But this is a question to psychologists. An important thing is also that there's kind of pressure that's put on the dance community, dance milieu. So there's this pressure that you get educated, that you learn, but also there are people who feel there's this pressure that they are very fruitful choreographers. And well, this is the case, and this will be the case. We cannot limit this choice that's available. And there are three aspects that we should take into account. On the one hand, we talk about effectiveness and of the phenomena that we create, and also this foreseeable aspect of them. So, and also the thing that we can calculate or enumerate such projects. So we see this when it comes to grants. So there are different rankings, different competitions. It's a quite oppressive system that forces us to act quickly, effectively, and at the lowest possible cost for a product. And this actually influences the way we choose artists, you know, the number of students we have in a training room. So this is something we need to tackle today. Now it comes to efficiency or effectiveness. This effectiveness being calculated by the number of performances and how many often a given performance is staged, is repeated. And also predictability. We don't expect uniqueness anymore. No, we expect that a given performance becomes part of a trend, a direction. And I must say that there's also this expectation on the part of the academic circle and critics, and I must say that I'm quite terrified by this fact. We expect something from this dance, and if it's not there, then it's a proof that it's not valuable. And now, let me also draw your attention to the fact that today we have this problem that when it comes to dance and the entire dance community and such aspects as education and art, well, these two can be manipulated. And it's the system that actually forces you to be quite mediocre, because there's no time to act and to think more deeply. Now, before the first reform of the educational system, there was this questionnaire sent by the Ministry of Education, and the question was about the amount of time spent on this and that, and I remember that one of the professors, when he was asked what he spent his time on within the 40-hour working week, and you know the 3 hours were missing, and the person who did this questionnaire asked the professor, okay, so what do you spend these extra 3 hours on? And the professor said, you know, thinking. However, the person doing the questionnaire said, yes, but I don't have such a position in this questionnaire. I'd like to refer here to George Lisa now and focus on these main questions asked here. So yes, definitely, our system facilitates promotion of dance in the social space, but does it enhance promotion and building authority? Is there a system that would build authority? One outstanding dancer, female dancer, who is already retired, asked me recently, okay, so we used to have this X dancer and Y dancer and Z dancer. Could you give me such names now? And, well, I couldn't really. I could refer to names from the 60s and 70s, but not anymore. So is the system helping us, building authorities, thinking who such an authority could be for us? We also don't really know who a professional is or who an expert is. These definitions have become quite vague right now. So a specialist, an expert, it's quite a vague term. And it's not part of the social discourse anymore. And now if we are to talk about promoting the role of dance in social life, I would ask, what kind of dance? Is it the kind of dance that the system wants us to promote? Or maybe this could be a different type of dancing. I believe that an important role of dancing is this attempt to create and promote such forms of dancing and education so that we focus on individuality, on the uniqueness of dance artists, of people. Also those who do not wish to become professional dancers, but who simply wish to dance. Thank you very much. I believe that you have tackled on an extremely important issue, the issue of authority. I must say that in my community, more commercial one, I ask young people whether they know any classical dancer, and very rarely can they give me a name. And you know, I see their faces just blank, and you know, I can sense their fear that they don't really know any authority. I know that they would like to know them, but they simply don't. Now let me give the floor to Artur Fredyk, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'd like to welcome all of you here gathered in this room, and also everybody who's online. Now, when it comes to dance and its influence on health, especially physical health, let me divide dancing community into the professional dancers who are employed in theaters, the dance novices who are at schools and who wish to become professional dancers one day, and also professional dance teachers. And I will also speak about dance as a social phenomenon, recreational one. But let me focus on the first issue. Well, all the scientific study carried out with the professional dancers proved the beneficial role of dance on our body. Dance improves your tenacity, your the fact that you are flexible, also coordination, and also is very beneficial to the development of brain, especially when children dance. Well, I used to be a member of a research group, and we also verified that dance actually was very beneficial to physical strength, also to our quick reaction to stimuli, and also to body proportion, the amount of fat, and also joints. We also did spirometric tests. We also checked the strength of muscles, of hands. And I'm not a physiologist, but because I was a member of such a research project, we also did blood tests, and we saw over 20 blood markers that proved this beneficial role of dance on the health of the ones on which we carried out our tests. Now, I compare dance to professional sports. Now, technique is very complex, and it reminds us of professional sports. And I believe that we need to very openly and loudly say that there's this beneficial role of dance on health. Now we have dance programs, everybody's happy watching them, but if we say that children go to ballet schools or dance schools, then people start worrying that, you know, they might get injured, that something bad might happen to their bodies. But in the majority of the cases, nothing wrong is happening. Obviously, there are some incidents, some injuries, but I'm wondering how many of you, professional dancers, would say, I was injured as a dancer. Well, I'm sure that all of you would raise your hand, because this is something that's part and parcel of this profession.
Ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly there is clear positive benefit. But it is not to say that there are no problems, and we do talk with our students about problems as well. And primo non nocere, this is what they say in medicine, and I think that we should apply it as well. So do no harm, but to do no harm, we need to have really good dance teachers, and not only in methodology, not only in didactics and teaching methods, but we should have good. We should also have good dance medical professionals. This is dance autonomy, dance mechanics, the basics of dance mechanics, and we need to have medics who are really well versed in dance physiology and chemistry and movement, and we need to be cognizant of our limitations, and if we don't know about these limitations, we gain no success. Therefore, of course, it would be nice to I think that it would be nice to have awareness well developed with professionals, but we need to begin with children. For instance, dance anatomy or biomechanics of dance is something that should already be taught at ballet schools. But I have spoken to the head teacher of the Bytom Ballet School, and she said it was impossible because there would be too much to teach, and children would have to stay at school all the time then. So perhaps we actually have to have such subjects in the form of a workshop. How about having a workshop on dance anatomy and biomechanics twice a year, and perhaps we have those students' holidays when they don't go to school and skip the school. So how about using one of those skip days to run such a workshop? And that would be to the advantage of not only students but also of teachers, because some teachers didn't actually have any training on dance anatomy or biomechanics of dance, and this knowledge is very important so that our future dancers and that our future novices of dance are actually healthy people. So we need to be cognizant of the limitations of a human body. We need to be cognizant of the anatomy and biomechanics of different dance, but this knowledge doesn't give, does not guarantee success. Sometimes teachers say that something just doesn't work. And just like in professional sports, we need to do proper diagnostics of a student, just like they do it in professional sports. So perhaps I believe that both the state dance schools and private dance schools should cooperate with the research institutions. So it's important to do this awareness-raising job, and therefore teachers should cooperate with scientists, and this is how we may come up with really good results. Perhaps the teaching methodology may be changed somewhat so as to improve training. Now, biological renewal is quite important as well, and I know that PTs work at schools and they're responsible for it, but just like in professional sports, individualization of training is also important. This could be done by means of repertoires, but what we miss, although there are articles and textbooks on that, but we still do not have specialists on diet and supplementation of diet. And diet is a very important topic for dance students. This is something that we need to deal with. And another point is what happens to those dancers who finish their career. How should they face the fact that they're no longer professionally training? I am an example. I gained 20 kilograms of weight. I have not been dancing for 20 years. But we need this awareness. We need to provide for this cooperation with scientists. We need such professionals. And now let me move on to the second part. So let us talk about a general understanding of dance, such as recreation through movement. And here, PE teachers who are graduates of physical academy schools, they work with children at schools, and they actually should run the first dance classes with children. I'm not talking about kindergartens, I'm not talking about the primary school, the first 3 grades, because the core curriculum is there, and in the core curriculum of PE they also mention dance techniques, but it is very general and the content is very poor. So a PE teacher, if well trained, may provide only for the core curriculum, but then PE teachers may actually develop such dance classes, and this will give us all a possibility of providing for better social education and knowledge, because there are 2 problems here that we are facing. And those problems have been diagnosed as we were analyzing the real implementation of dance classes at physical education classes at schools. So we did a research and the result does not look good. In most schools, by the way, we were working in Silesia, and in most schools they simply do not have dance classes. Well, actually they do have PE classes, but dance is not there. And I've been thinking why this is the case, and probably that is because of the fact that the students do not have the sufficient number of PE hours. For instance, such a dance course should run for 4 semesters, but it's usually run for 1 semester. But at least they have something that is called an additional programs, power program, for instance. Those are smaller groups. They are very well organized. They have many hours of training, and they have also training pedagogical practice, that is how to teach dance. And so PE teachers are not afraid of running dance classes at their schools. This means that both children are happy because children are actually looking forward to it, but also teachers are happy because they have the knowledge and they know how to teach dance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes a school and schools and universities allow students to specialize in dance, which is very good because then finally they receive as many hours as necessary for proper teaching methodology, and they graduate and they know how to do it well from the methodological point of view. Finally, I would like to say that dance is health, but dance education is also health. And one more point I have not mentioned. One more tendency, that is the tendency of organizing of school classes. We are not monitoring. We do not know who trains the children, how they're being trained, and there are, of course, in state institutions, all the personnel must be qualified. But as far as private institutions are concerned, many of the people who work there are not qualified to train children. But this may be harmful to health, because many times those people do not know how to teach. Thank you. Yes, I fully agree with you. Indeed, dance is health, and I still hope that I'm a healthy example of that. But what is quite interesting, if I just may interfere, as I was studying at the California University in the United States of America, and I was specializing there at the dance faculty and choreography. Many students from many different faculties, from the faculties of history and chemistry, if they had any health problems, they were referred to the dance faculty. Those were special groups for those students. They were not professionals, but at least they saw the value of this biological value of dance. And so this was quite interesting as well. Okay. Now it is over to Dorota Gołąb. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased that I'm here, but please believe me, I feel so very much shy because I do not dance well. I miss dance. I admire dancers, but what I am going to speak about, I'm going to talk about health matters from the point of view of a practitioner. Yes, I do not know how to dance well, but please believe me, this is quite a traumatic for me. I would like to talk about choreotherapy, especially in the case of oncological patients. I work at the oncology ward in Poznań. And I just would like to show you what happens when people experience something very difficult in their lives. And this is what the language expresses very well. Sometimes we say that we remain speechless or we are overburdened with something. This is a very physical sensation. But also once a person hears a diagnosis of cancer, this is when fear creeps in and a person would like to cut him or herself off from the body. This may be quite threatening, and some of our patients. By the way, do you hear me, or do you hear me well as I speak? Yeah? Okay. So I think that some of our patients have this coping strategy. They cut off from their bodies. They wish to act, but without fear, because the fear is overwhelming. But all those forms of choreotherapeutic activities, they are not naming those experiences, but they are expressing what is being felt. And this is quite precious. In our hospital, I work in a hospital at the Poznań Oncological Hospital, and we have a volunteer. So for many years, she has been running classes for oncological patients. And so those are the people who currently are hospitalized, for the currently hospitalized patients. And this is a unique opportunity not to think about threat, not to think about fear, but to think about the beauty of the body, to calm down with music, because music gives some courage to move. Many times people are shy to move or are awkward in their movements, but not in this case, and this is so precious. And as far as cancerogenic diseases are concerned, they are being addressed by many therapies that are quite detrimental to the body. After chemotherapy, the patients feel exhausted. So once we offer them dance classes, then of course we may say that dance may help them to deal with fear, to deal with depression, but quite verbatim, it helps them to deal with the sense of fatigue. In the case of ladies with breast cancer, it helps ladies to increase the scope of movement or adjust the scope of movement. But for me, the most important reason for recommending dance to oncological patients is to cancer patients is to discover what the disease has not taken away yet. Aleksandra says that once you are in touch with your body, you're in touch with yourself. And I think this is exactly what dance gives to those patients. Yes, of course, one has to learn dance first. And at our Korea therapeutic activities, such activities are not easily translated to a group of cancer patients. One might think that the condition of a patient may vary. Some people are dancing when seated. I have a colleague, she works in a hospice, and she dances with lying patients, but it is still possible, it is still doable. So there are many different attempts or different proposals of how to dance, and so perhaps it would be good to think about a set of dance moves for such patients. Improvisation is quite important, just to create an opportunity to listen to your body, to feel at ease with your body without being criticized, without being judged. And it is important that the activities take place in a group. We are not alone, and if someone follows you, then that person feels to be accepted and feels some joy that still my body is capable of beautiful movement. So all those questions that pop up in the mind, who am I after a surgery, then some ladies before a cancer disease appears, when genes are mutated, then many ladies opt for surgery as a preventive measure. And many times those are young people. And those ladies look at themselves and think, who am I? But this is exactly what dance helps them. So I run a number of dance classes, and I use Jewish and Israeli dance tradition. And given this venue where we are, once we speak about the social role of dance, again, perhaps I would like to say that the science or the knowledge of dance from many different cultures will help us to improve our multiculturalism and the sense of history. And this is something that may help us to prevent some unfair stereotypes and labeling. So I think that such offer of Israeli dance that is proposed at different schools or at festivals, this is also something that will help us to deal with fear of the other. Okay, this is it as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was Dorota Gołąb. And now I would like to give the floor to the next panelist, Kalina. Hello. Thank you. I would like to thank for this sequence, and I would like to thank Dorota. I feel somewhat better in my not dancing. There are two of us in this stage of not dances, and then not me being not alone, I feel better. But this is a great distinction of honor for me. Thank you for the invitation. And I run a program. I run a cultural program at TVP Culture channel on Polish TV. And in Polish TV, we show all forms of art, dance included. And of course, I will speak about the activities of the Polish public TV, but I would like to talk about the role of TVP Culture. Today we also have TVP Culture 2, TVP Kultura 2, and this is the channel devoted to the popularization of such knowledge. This is the next step forward, because the popularization or the promotion of dance is the result of knowledge about the benefits, something that you so beautifully have spoken about. So I can say that I am not competent enough to speak about all the benefits, but we have this knowledge. You know the benefits, so the artistic, aesthetic, educational, sociological, recreational, cathartic benefits of dance, and dance helps to change the society. This we could see throughout the 20th century. For instance, how the position of women has changed in professional world and in professional dance. So perhaps a bit controversially, I'm not going to talk about benefits, but I'm going to talk about social expectations vis-à-vis dance. And these expectations are the result of benefits. And perhaps not all of us are fully cognizant of those expectations as you, the researchers, but we intuitively feel those expectations. And what Dorota spoke about is very much close to my heart. I was dealing with musical therapy, art therapy, and I also met choreotherapy. And there is the social expectations with regard to the role of dance, and I think that this is usually the result of the knowledge of benefits that dance gives. Now, let us move on, and this is my role today. There are some social expectations with regard to the presence of dance on public TV, and this is something that also an important subject during this meeting. At TVP Culture Channel, we are trying to give as much space as possible to dance. Of course, classical dance has its firm position, and it has been shaped for many years, and it had been shaped before, and it was done on the so-called big TV channels. But TVP Culture has been around for 15 years now, and for us, classical dance has special place. For instance, in the winter season, we always have the Nutcracker, always, right? And now there is the social expectation that is the result of this educational benefits, and we're trying to fulfill this mission in cooperation with the Institute of Music and Dance, and we run a competition of Young Dancer of the Year. This is not the only project. The Balletownik was yet another program of the kind.
We also develop what the audience is used to. We had this crazy idea to present this classical stage where we also showed hip-hop dancers, and people, even though they were used to classical choreography, they were absolutely delighted with it. And we also promote forms of dance that so far have been covered by public TV very rarely. I'm talking about folk dance, I'm also talking about contemporary dance, and I'm smiling here at Jacek Kurłowicz, and also court dance, and I'm here smiling at Ms. Aniela. Well, we want to have more such phenomena in TVP culture, and we need to find an answer to the question, what do we expect from dance? And since TVP2 is also a channel that broadcasts its content, we can ask ourselves, how can we help? I remember last year's edition of the Young Dancer of the Year, and I had the honor to present the award, and I remember perfectly what I said at that time. So, you know, in dance, it's like on TV, emotions are the most important. We present different forms of performances, concerts, ballets. And also when we present music, we show the music, we show the instruments, we also have some interviews, and we can show everything to people, because music is a very broad sphere, but when it comes to dance, we need to show dance, because there's nothing more there. And I remember that I talked to the operators, you know, the best ones that we've had, who did very many theater performances, and also Chopin competition and Wieniawski competition. And once they did the TV coverage of dance, they told me, you know, I could really learn something new after being 40 years connected with TV. And I'd like to refer here to what Wiesław said. He said that you know, you can see a real man by seeing how he dances tango. So dance, even if we watch it only on TV, this is something where we can feel needed. And I do promise that I will keep my ears open to your demands, and I'll listen very attentively to what you'll be saying, and I'll watch very attentively everything that will be happening here. Thank you very much. That was Kalina, Kalina and Dorota. Well, I'm sure you are part and parcel of this group, of this community. It is extremely important that people who do not dance are actually members of this discussion panel, because this way we can open up this world that seems to be quite elitist to other people who also wish to be part of this culture. Let me come back to the issue of the United States, because I believe that in the United States, dance is used at different social levels, and it is there where people who don't dance, they are actually part of dancing communities. Okay, it's not that I've never danced. You know, I know that my daughters are watching me, so I believe that they wouldn't be happy if I didn't say that we did dance a lot recently with my eldest one. We, you know, we in a way destroyed our shoes dancing. Okay, let me now give the floor to Leszek. I'll take a slightly different stance from the previous speakers. It's my role here today, actually. Let me start this way. Let me refer to one story described by Edgar Keret in one of his biographical short stories. So at one point his wife accused him of being a bit plumped and not being as attractive as he used to be in his youthful years, and feeling oppressed, he you know, started drawing attention to it. He did realize that he got a bit plump, and he decided to lose some kilograms. He went to different exercise, sport, and so on, but he would keep sweating there, and he came up with this congenial solution, especially for his psychological problems, and he did Pilates together with ballet dancers that got injured. So he could just lie down on a mattress for 90 minutes, and he could tell his wife, you know, I do exercise a lot, but you know, somehow I cannot lose my weight. So Keret, he's a great observer of the world, and he has a wonderful sense of irony. And I believe that what I could say today, as part of this discussion panel on dance promotion and popularization, well, I believe that Edgar Keret's story actually brings to my mind my own story. When I was 15, you know, I was to dance at a school disco for the first time in my life, and I simply ran away. So I was 18 when I actually did my first dancing moves, and I felt that I needed to learn how to dance. So I went to a ballroom dancing class. After several sessions, I felt that my back was hurting me. And then at university, I studied history. I also did some dancing. I remember I also was in a physical education class, and I had to do this special move.
Tańczyć, dopóki wszyscy, którzy wykonywali
And I had to just do this trick, and I couldn't do it. And the teacher asked me whether I was insane, and I said I actually was. So all the physical exercise, you know, that caused me physical pain, and teachers were not really interested in what I felt, and I just kept escaping such classes. And when I think about this general promotion and popularization of dance, I believe that what Edgar Keret felt, you know, when he looked for the kind of exercise where he would sweat, or, you know, my personal story of this young boy full of complexes. Well, we could say that it is not also easy. So let me carry on with these strange individual stories. Well, I'm a lecturer at the drama school, and there's the second grade where I run the class called Body in Motion. And we don't call it dance, because when you call this class dance or dancing, then students try to reinvent reality, and they pretend that they are dancing, but they don't have any contact with their bodies. That is why we've called this class Body in Motion, because it means nothing, and this is exactly why we can do everything during such classes. And during such classes, I meet very interesting young people, very sensitive, who want to be part of performative arts. However, before this body and the man become coherent, and the mind becomes coherent with the body, and when they treat this body and their thoughts as something uniform, you know, it takes them sometimes one semester, sometimes 2 semesters. Before that, they just feel that they just need to train their bodies, and that's it. So sometimes it takes 1 semester or 2 semesters before people start thinking differently about themselves and also their bodies, and they stop feeling this pressure to do something with their bodies. Now, I'd like to tackle on yet another aspect of dance promotion. Well, each time a slogan is present in our social life, a slogan that's promoted and that seems to be important, a slogan that's promoted by certain figures who become leaders. You know, such phenomena very often become institutionalized and they become calculated and enumerated. So that's why I'd like to talk about my first experience with a theater. At that time, I was 27. My colleagues were even younger. The youngest ones were 16. And at the time, we didn't even know what we were looking for. We had no knowledge of dance whatsoever. However, in this miraculous way, we found a place where we could do something. It was called the Palace of Young People, or Youthful Palace in Gdańsk. And we got there in the 1990s, the beginning of 1990s, where there was this building with some management, and the management didn't really know what to do after the political and economical transformation. And I just got this 1 quarter of employment contract. And I remember there were around 60 people who enrolled to the course, but only 5 of them paid for the course because only 5 of them could afford it. And there was not a problem with that. The 55 other people didn't pay for the course at all. Now this group of hours of teachers, we had this room at our disposal from morning till night, and there was this group of people which I led, and we worked like this for 6 years, and in 6 years we entered the Polish and international market. We had our performances. Some of us also started wonderful international careers, and we worked this way until new management came, and this new management said that every group had to have classes twice a week, 45 minutes long. Each group had to generate profit and so on. And then obviously different dance classes were organized, but there was no more room for us there. But I haven't heard of any graduates that would actually become professional dancers, graduates of those classes and courses. Why am I saying this? Well, because it is extremely important that you train dancers, that you train choreographers, that you train teaching staff that is able to pass on the knowledge to novice dancers and dance artists. But what is truly neglected in our country is this protection of those who actually start doing things. And I'm not talking about protection in the form of a grant, a financial grant, because I'm afraid that we suffer from this grantosis. That people just carry out projects as long as there's a grant, but once it's over, everything is over. We need to find a place where people not only carry out performances, operate performances, but where dance communities are built. Not communities that will last for just half an hour or half a year or 1 year, but those that will understand their own language, that will build the language and that will also respond to the district in which they are placed, the city where they are located, because dance isn't the fruit of training or school. No, it's an effect of being part of a community. I'm not talking about myths here. No, dance is the result of a group of people who understand one another, who support one another in their artistic development and also in their not only professional but also personal lives. This is actually a subject that's been on my mind since the very beginning, and I've been always very interested in it. I'm really interested in this development of dance. Well, recently we had this performance at the Mime Theatre in Wrocław, and actually, you know, in Rameau Opera in Paris, you know, you can have hip-hoppers there, you know, and bear in mind it's 2020. But even in the 50s, you already had them, and they shaped the idiom, artistic idiom at the time. But they were also part of a community, and this way they created this new language, this new idiom of movement. Now, language dies if you don't use it. So obviously we need to create spaces where dance will be revived in communities and not only through performances. That was Leszek Bzdyl. Thank you very much for your statement. I believe that what you said was extremely important and extremely useful. I must say that I go to Paris very often, and I'm also part of a community there, and this is where I feel I am myself. This is where I can develop my idiom, my language. Now there's time for Dorota, Ilczuk.
Thank you. I would like to say that I'm an economist of culture, and once in the beginning you started speaking about social benefits, I thought, oh, come on. I mean, I cannot... What's the beginning of this Congress? Perhaps how about talking about artistic benefits? And then we'll talk about the money anyway. But now, as I've been listening to you, I thought, you are the dream team. This is exactly what the organizers of a Congress, Dance Congress, should begin with. So we need to explain why, or just to show the so-called external benefits of dance. Me being an economist, this is exactly the case. Dance is a cultural object, but it has an economic and social cultural value. And this cultural value, this social cultural value, many times is diffused and omitted in many different discussions. And if people think that we, the economists of culture, we deal with matrices, calculus of effectiveness of money spending, grants and whatnot, well, this is not actually true, because we, the economists, we are looking for this very strong justification to explain why, in a situation when we are operating under the model of market economy, and we have this model of culture, we still admit, I'm using consciously this word admit, the aid of the state. State aid is necessary, it is justified, but it's got some disadvantages, just like the market model has. There is this market failure theory, and so both mechanisms have their own failures. In the case of the government support, there is something that is called the effect of adjusting the choice to the expectations of an average voter. And as far as the market mechanisms are concerned, here's the expectations of adjusting commercially to the average consumer. So we need to remember that we operate in the field of culture at the interface of those two mechanisms. Both mechanisms are necessary, but as we admit state aid, we need to think, what is it that they may limit? Perhaps they will take some part of artistic freedom away from us, or maybe it will be excessively commercialized, or maybe it will be some other brutal approach. So once again, this was a really shrewd choice of the speakers for the first panel discussion. So you simply started talking about the positive external effects of dance. Now let's have a look at the economic value of dance, and let's talk about the social and cultural value of dance. Quite many of those, and in fact both domains are not necessarily interlinked. What is very much important from the point of view of society or culture is not always economically justified. It's not true that culture should pay back. No, it should not. Not here, not now. Culture may be a form of investment, but then sometimes what is not profitable is so important from the point of view of society and culture. And this is exactly what you spoke about. So then we start thinking, okay, what are the possibilities of action? Do we operate on the market, or perhaps we have to mix two models because there are government mechanisms and market mechanisms. And here we're moving on to the most important thing. So far, we have been talking about this new approach. You spoke about emotions, and I speak of the economy of perception. But now the world has changed. They speak about the creative business. There is this holistic approach to culture. The culture is being monetized. Dance is being monetized as well, by the way. But at the same time, with all due respect to innovation and creativity, sometimes we tend to forget about people who contribute to innovation and creativity, so we forget about artists. Now, I have been dealing with artists for 10 years now. I specialize in the artistic market. Artists' job market, and artists in the beginning were a bit shy to talk about their opinions, which I could not comprehend, but then gradually I started seeing that the level of awareness is increasing in the artistic community. But then this awareness should be such that each group that constitutes the entire artists market, we see that they have different perceptions of their problems, they have different expectations, and they have different factors of success. For instance, dancers have a totally different set of problems than those who deal with visual arts, for instance. So we cannot possibly claim that the same problems are the same in the case of all groups of artists. So I had a pleasure of writing an introduction to the first Congress of Dance. And the first Congress of Dance was the event when we were saying, okay, what can we do? We even do not know how many artists are out there. We don't know how many dancers are out there. And then many times people were mentioning that we have no figures. And now, as we were working on the piece of legislation on the rights of artists, there was this need to count them up. And I thought, okay, all right, if we are developing any solution that is there to help systemically, so if we're developing a systemic strategy that will give support to artists, and if we are to give support to the entire artists market, then of course we should have numbers, right? We simply need to know how many artists are out there, because otherwise we do not know anything, we cannot do anything, we will not have legal problems, legal systems, we don't know how much it costs, and therefore we can't do anything, because these solutions that will be presented by Director Szklener. Those solutions are very specific, and they required many consultations with the dancers community, but we still needed to count them up. So we did the counting. It was very difficult because we needed to take into consideration people who work without any contracts and people who have no agreements or any legal basis for their work, but we still did it. That was a challenge, and that was an achievement. We're so proud we actually made it. So let's see. Now we will see how many artists, creators and performers in Poland in 2018. So professionally, those are professional creators, performers and artists. So they're not amateurs. And we had some criteria applied. It's not only about professional education, but also we wanted to see whether those people earn their money by doing arts. And so there we are, 60,000. Everyone thought, oh, come on, you're so wrong. I mean, that research is very wrong. No, it is a correct result. We may think that artists, creators and performers out there are many more because many of them do many more jobs than just one. So for each professional group we have this average. For instance, usually an artist does 2.5 jobs. So you might think that there are 250% more of those artists. No, it's just 60,000 people in 2018. And as far as dance professionals in Poland are concerned, it's 2,380 dancers in Poland. Those figures are important. We need to know the size of the group. And all information will be made available. A new publication is being prepared. Look, this is a really nice cover for this new publication. Do you like it? It is nice, isn't it? And in it, if interested, do have a read, and in this publication you will see the variety of groups, and the dance group is the second smallest. Then also folk craftsmen compose the smallest group of them all, but we have many other professional groups that are larger than the dance sector. But as far as the average income is concerned, dancers earn a bit more than artists earn on average. And there is this genius factor that shows the social differentiation. It shows whether there is a big difference in average income, because some professional groups earn a lot, and we need to see how many of them are there, and some groups earn much less than them, and this ratio should be from 0 to 1. So the larger the ratio, the worse it is. In the United States of America, it's 0.5%. In Poland, the average is 0.3. So it's 3%. However, in the case of dance and dance artists, the situation is different. So as far as the average for artists is concerned, it's 0.44, which means that we have a market differentiation in income of dance artists, and it is more manifested, more demonstrated than in other countries. And actually the same ratio is either in much richer countries or in much poorer countries. But this means that the state, the welfare state, is not acting here. And in the case of dance, this average is somewhat lower. So you are the professional group that does not have such stark differences in income between the stars and those who have the lowest average income. Now, why am I mentioning this? I think that people still do not understand that the artists' market should not be a wild market. We're all afraid of bad systems and limitations. And you said it very well, that in the case of this professional group and in the case of young dancers, it's all about building a community, but this is quite specific of dance. Perhaps in another professional group, something else will be important. So we're thinking, what are the differences? And I think that a meeting like this helps us to see the differences and to understand the differences between the different groups. So in 2001, I wrote an introduction to the final report under the title "Dance Should Push its way through," because indeed for many years dance had no voice whatsoever. There was no talk about dance. Now we see the numbers, and it turns out that the largest number is the number of commercial dancers. We didn't know about it, and now we know about it. Okay, so what do we do about it? So please do something about this. Thank you. Thank you. So elbow your way through, although it is not that elegant. This is exactly what we're doing due to this Congress. So all of the panelists have spoken, but now it's over to the audience, and we are looking forward to hearing questions to our panelists. And are there any questions? It's always this awkward moment, being taken by surprise, but all questions allowed. Unless we have said it all. Maybe this is the issue. Oh, I see someone there in the top part of the room. There is someone asking a question. Please use the mic. Krzysztof Kliniak, hello. I would like to present three perspectives that will combine the topics presented by the two last speakers. So, the time of pandemic, and there is a threat that there are some residual forms of dance alive, that they will disappear altogether. I see that in Krakow. The idea there is to commercialize youth cultural centers. They have different groups of folk dance and modern dance in many different centers. And so the idea is that those centers will be centralized and will be managed by a handful of institutions. And it will probably lead to the situation as there was in one of the cultural centers. As long as there was no commercialization, I was organizing rehearsals, we were finding rooms, and there were many people who were active and they were using the premises, and then they commercialized the center. Everything has been subjected to the economic calculus. There is no more ensemble, there are no more dance courses there. That is to say, there are no more dance courses that are run by people because they wanted their commercial courses, paid classes. But dance life has almost disappeared. So the question is, what can we do so as to support those institutions that still create such spaces for dance? And of course, we are all undergoing crisis, but then this is the question, and this is my commentary to all of the panelists. What can we do about such centers? But would you like to address this question to any specific panelist? Well, I think that as far as the economic matters are concerned, how about Madam Economist? Maybe she might have some ideas, but perhaps this is the question addressed to the representatives of the Institute of Music and Dance. What can we do so as to support such cultural centers, because they are collapsing these days? Professor Ilczuk, perhaps you might want to answer. I would like to kick the ball into your court, Madam Director, because all sorts of limitations, something that curbs private initiative, usually ends badly, because usually this is the result of some charismatic movement, and they call for some spontaneity, and people actually like each other as they meet in such centers. They love what they do, and whatever attempt to take over or assume control of such space may end badly. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there in Krakow, but actually I'm in Warsaw. But actually, I was teaching at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow for 12 years. So anyway, so once they called me from Krakow and they asked me how to, what to do so as to have many more NGOs. You can't do it artificially. They are self-created creatures. So when I needed something, I established a foundation, and that foundation was doing independent research because there was the need. And yes, there is this tendency to commercialize the management of cultural institution, and commercialization of management may actually mean that everything will have to be paid for. But the economists of culture never think that cultural institutions should pay back. No, the cloakroom will pay back, because many people come and they leave clothes, and so at least you know how to count that. But cultural centers cannot be more effective in economics terms than a theater. That's rubbish. No, they won't. So perhaps municipal authorities should deal with it, and perhaps Madam Director will have a say. Well, first, could you give more details, please? Could you please explain what the problem actually was, and perhaps the municipal authorities, that is the city of Krakow, is the decision maker, and perhaps we can make some recommendations. We cannot actually demand the city to manage their own institutions in a different way, but could you please shed more light on the details? What happened with that commercialization? Well, the problem is that there are youth cultural centers, and there most of the staff who work there, they are employed on the legal basis of the teachers' charter. And on the grounds of a teachers' charter, they train groups of youth in different, and so they have a number of hours. But it's, you know, it's a cultural center. It's not only classes, it's social life there as well. So the city thought, okay, they were going to save on the pay, but that has already happened at some other cultural centers, not for the youth. And all those teachers who were there were the teachers and the staff were made redundant, and then there are still a few cultural centers that are still operating in the city, but they are treated as educational centers, and most probably they will be commercialized. Well, maybe not fully commercialized, but they are not going to use the teachers' charter for the payment. Of course, the city then is going to save some money, I understand, but the threat is that all those institutions and ensembles and all other groups, that this community will fall apart because of such activities. So how to protect such communities? Because once they start seeking protection themselves, so the managers will start writing grants, it's all fine. But then we know that some things cannot be done. Being an artist and a choreographer is difficult to combine with grant writing and project writing, and so it could be quite difficult for them. So what could be done so as to help them? Because it's not only in Krakow, although, Madam Professor, yes, I understand Krakow is a special place from this point of view, but unfortunately I cannot hear Madam Professor speaking without the mic. Some other people speaking in the room. Could you please pass on the mic? Mrs. Jadwiga Majewska wishes to speak. and perhaps we may somehow solve this problem. Here is the mic. Well, we cannot solve the problem here, but we can flag the problem, because we are not going to find the Holy Grail here. Yes, but Mrs. Majewska may have more information. Edita Majewska. I am from Kraków. I was born there. I was raised there, and my daughter was brought up there. And cultural centers are dear to my heart from my youth days and from the youth days of my child. And I'm also the president of the Forum of Dance Arts. And so we wrote a letter to the mayor of the city, a letter of protest. And so far, the mayor of the city dropped the idea. But you ask the question, what's happening in Kraków? Yes, there is something happening in Kraków, you're right. There is something wrong with the city authorities. If we look at the support level, I think the director spoke about the level of support here in Warsaw and the way they cooperate here in Warsaw with NGOs and the way they cooperate with NGOs in Kraków. Then in Kraków, the situation is much more difficult. So supporting young artists and being open to the artistic community, Kraków is a tough place to be. Many people say that Kraków is old-fashioned, to put it mildly, and the structures there have not been changed for years. It's very, very difficult to change anything with the mayor who is in his office for the first term now. So for 10 years he has been there. The institutions are just the same, nothing changes. And as a social organization, we're trying to interfere, and we know that cultural centers are so important. They are really cherished by the staff, by the parents, by the children, and those people who work there, they are treasure troves of experience, of will to work with the children and with the youth. And so many ensembles and individual artists were trained at such cultural centers. So if there is a need, undoubtedly we will see that those cultural centers have been so important. For instance, the Norwid Cultural Center, or how about the Murcian, or how about the Vitória Street Cultural Center. There are so many cultural centers in Kraków that have this significance. I'm being emotional, but this is emotional, because this is how has affected the development of our society and youth.
Zdajemy sobie sprawę, jaką rolę mają centra kultury i domy kultury w Polsce od lat.
Well, Leszek Bzdyl told us about the beginnings of his career, and he spoke about this youth cultural center, right, that encouraged him to become one of the leading choreographers in Poland now. Well, I decided not to have this employment contract, and I decided to work at this cultural center, and I knew that I could be more creative, that I didn't have to be part of a team, be subject to my boss and so on. I could just work where I could create a brand new reality, and that was beneficial for the community, because it worked as a nuclear bomb there in Gdańsk. Because after 2 or maybe 3 years of our work, hundreds of people came to our performances. Now, I know that I've started a certain topic here, and it's an endless one. Now, for tens of years, we lived in a given system. I never would like to come back to those years, but, that system created certain reality. So these cultural centers and so on, where you would have artistic work, and obviously that was co-funded by the state, and there young people, non-professional artists, amateurs, these places gave them room to work. And then after 1990, no true transformation took place. So now certain institutions are shut down or commercialized. On the other hand, there's this pressure that you need to have these classes of 45 minutes, and then another group starts the class. Obviously, these could be classes that could be also run at school outside of the curriculum. There's also this pressure to compare our situation with the situation that's in the West, where arts foundations had been built for decades now. So we have observed this erosion in a way. We've observed it for decades now, and there's nothing that could replace it. Okay, maybe I'll try to answer your question. I believe that we are entering this new reality right now, Leszek. I'm not sure whether you have noticed on the media that there are 4 cities in Poland where we have opened art spaces. This is actually a program about which Katarzyna Sachs read when she read out the letter of Mr. Minister. So this is a program that associates independent artists and gathers them in places where we have facilities, physical facilities, but at the same time we're not building a new entity. So this group of independent artists, these independent artists will create this informal group, but they will have access to facilities, to infrastructure, to cultural centers, to theaters, to educational spaces, so that they can independently create and experiment and explore the way you could do at the beginning of your career, Leszek. Now, these cultural centers that enter this program as partners will provide us with infrastructure, with facilities, but the programmers will be actually artists. So we are not building a new institution. Okay, we don't really know whether in Zamość there's maybe a group of people who, for some reason, found a leader and now they work together. And now, obviously, these people can be the key to the future of dance. We are all looking for solutions. No one will give them to us for free, and obviously we need to test these solutions. But, it's a pity that it took us 30 years to actually come up with such solutions. Yes, but now we are, starting to build this new reality after 30 years of being dormant. As I've said, we have 4 centers for dance, 4 centers for theater, but in total we'd like to have 12 such centers to cover the whole country with this program. Perhaps at the third dance congress we'll decide that this wasn't such a great idea, but you know, we have to start with something. It's a program financed by the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, but also supported by local authorities. So we have connected independent artists, infrastructure that's already there. We are not building new facilities because obviously this is something extremely expensive, and we don't have private investors who could finance us such dance infrastructure. And we also have state funds. So all these three factors contribute to the establishment of this program, Art Spaces. Okay, we have one more question. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joanna Sibirska. I'm a ballet historian. I teach at a ballet school, and I'm also a lecturer at the Fredyk Chopin University of Music. And before I ask my question, I'd like to thank you for organizing the Young Dancer of the Year competition. Thank you for sharing these great emotions with us, and also for making the event possible. We could also watch young dancers compete against one another, and we could see it on TV. That was wonderful. And what is extremely dear and important to me is that we can actually see more dancers on the media. Well, I've taught history of dance for many years, and I know that if you don't see a dancer dance, you will never remember their name. Now, I'm sure that very many of you know history of dance very well. I'm greeting Ms. Nowakowska here, for example, who's a great expert in the field. But I believe that we should use what we have here and now. We have the ballet studio, we have the dancers of the National Ballet. So, well, we can see their performances, but soon the performances will go off the stage. So once, if you recorded them, we could see them again, the way you can see the performers of the Chopin competition. So give us not only the Nutcracker, please. Well, obviously we are happy to see such ballets, but please give us something new. Well, during the pandemic, we could see these shows a lot. And I do agree with the statement that, well, we'd like to have professional dancers, but there are very few people young people who decide to become dancers. So I believe we should promote dance among parents by showing them dance performances, because we really have a problem with enrollment. I believe there are 4 or 5 general education ballet schools in Poland, and I believe that we shouldn't focus on their problems only, but we should talk about the specific character of this profession, show the benefits of this profession, and maybe this way young talented people will come to us, because I believe there are quite many of them, but not too many know that there's a general education ballet school in Warsaw. I believe Madam Director wished to answer this question. Yes, we are thinking about it. We opened the autumn season with music performances, classical music, traditional music, jazz. But as part of the winter season, we will have dance broadcast. And we also want to have this young dance of the competition continued the way we have young musician of the competition. So yes, we will continue with this competition, even if it is limited to Poland only. As I said, we could see different stages here, the hip-hop stage, but also being able to perform on the ballet stage. That was a kind of award for the winner of the competition. And yes, we got signs from our audience that they would like this competition and generally dance performances to become a fixture of our program. Well, together with Kalina, we have talked about presenting portraits of choreographers, dance artists, and we are working on a list on the most important names so that we build authority, so that I can walk down the street and ask an average person in the street about a name of a famous dancer, whether that I could ask, okay, do you know this or that name? And that they would answer, yes, of course, I've seen this dancer performing this or that show. So this is my dream. And we also have a plan to have short documentaries. Is it true, Kalina? Yes, I confirm. I do hope that you will be pleased with the information that recently we have developed this concert for Belarus, and you know, people came up with different ideas of the names, and I said, okay, yes, you know, in national Polish ballet, there's this famous Belarus dancer. Maybe we should show him. And people said, yes, Maxim, let's show Maxim. So maybe the situation isn't as bad as you think. Well, yes, I'm a great fan of Maxim. You know, at school I had photos of him in my cupboard. Yes, we are very pleased that he accepted our invitation and that his name will become more popular now.
Yes, he represents certain cultural value, and classical dancers many times are shown commercially with their faces of different things. Well, I think he's not yet a part of our world, but will be. And I think, just in the briefest of the brief, I have this impression that I am a fusion, as they say it in English. I thought that I would graduate from a niche alternative dance theater, and I would be doing such things. I'm doing something else, and but no one is interested in that type of dance. But
byłam na nim 6 razy.
The comedian, it's a wonderful ballet, and people say it's fantastic. Yes, but first you have to see it to understand. So I think that I think that it would be quite a film, but I see that you have been raising your hand for 20 minutes now. Yes, over to you. So, Lady of the Camelies is there to be seen. Grzegorz, the House of Dance Association. I've been called for on 2 occasions, I should say, when you spoke about the role of the House of Dance. So this is the type of institution that has been working in Warsaw in Poland for 25 years now. And I would like to say that the beginnings were difficult, and every now and then we had to change venues. And finally, there was an off theatre that somehow had to somehow manage, arrange their activities. And I've been thinking very briefly that undoubtedly training a traditional dancer in workshops will not make me rich anyway. So I thought, okay, I will do that free of charge once a week. And so it goes. I've been working like this for many years, and at that venue we've been running those workshops for 10 years. You can do the maths. And I've been thinking, what's the point of it? Is there any point? And there is a point. And that's also my question. I have been training using my hands and legs, I don't know how many people, but sometimes as many as 50 people attend a workshop. So are they dancers? Why am I asking if you count them to be dancers? Because those are people who travel around Poland. They take gigs, a couple of dance gigs a week, and they learn about Polish culture and the dance. They are looking for different dance events. Well, of course, now there is a problem with dance events, but they have quite utilitarian approach to dance. And do you count them as dancers? And those people are infected with dance. They cannot live without dancing. They do belong to dance community. And there is this group. They travel as a group. They're not lone dancers. So that's my first question. And I would like to talk about the social role of dance, because I've been thinking, all of us who work with dance, do we realize how big the role of dance actually is? Just give me 2 examples from my own experience. Once I was working with the children in a kindergarten once a week. So one day there is a new kindergarten teacher who came, and she said, "Oh, Mr. Grzegorz is here," she said. And who is Grzegorz? Well, this is this guy who teaches us how to sing. And I thought, how? How come? Because children, the lady asked the children, okay, how sing? Well, he says, and all of them started singing. Although I had never been teaching them singing, because we were just dancing. And all of us, and they were singing as they were dancing, and all of a sudden singing became more important than dancing. And there was once there was a boy with brain damage, and he stopped attending the group a year later on. And I once met him in McDonald's. He approached me. He said, "Do you know that you helped me to get a driving license? That was my dream, and your movement, the movements that you taught me, helped me so much that now I would like to become a truck driver." So I thought, it's amazing that the social role of dance sometimes may be very niche, and we sometimes are simply not aware of the true role of dance in society. Right. Yes, please, over to you. Talking about the numbers. Well, I am not in the position to answer, but I am in the position to give a comment. You mentioned, Madam Director, the number of professional dancers. So yes, we can count them. And can we count the number of people who do dance teaching? And dance teachers are different. There are amateurs and they take no money. They receive no money for this form of teaching. And there are also professional teachers who earn money on that, and they exercise different forms of dance activities. So the market is big. The dance market is quite big in Poland, and we do not really know how many people are active in dance, and there are many more than professional dancers. They do a lot of work, and economically it is measurable, I think, although I am not an economist, but I think it's measurable. But undoubtedly I see the social and cultural value of dance, which is huge. And now the ball is on your court, Madam Professor. Yes, I have many different groups that we have taken into consideration as we were analyzing the situation. So we took into consideration choreographers, the burlesque artists, and the so-called other dance artists, ballet dancers, commercial dancers, folk dance, the ballroom dance, the contemporary dancers, the dance theatre dancers, and so on and so forth. And then all of those groups were subdivided into individual professional groups. So we were looking for those for whom this is profession, and there was also money earning factor. So for instance, if someone is an amateur, then no, was not taken into consideration. But some people actually do earn money by dancing. So yes, some of them. Here I see my PhD student. She's a ballet dancer. Do you have something? Would you like to say something? Yes, thank you very much. Emilia Holowicka would like to thank you for such an interesting discussion. I would like to thank Madam Director for the invitation, because I had the pleasure of working on the substantive part of this panel discussion. Yesterday, Edyta Kozak invited me asked me to speak with Elizabeth Schwarze, and she presented her performance at the Mind and Body Festival. And I asked her, "Who are you? Are you a dancer, or are you a dance historian?" And just like when graduating from ballet school 8 years ago, perhaps I was thinking about myself in somewhat different capacity, but now I am a PhD student for Professor Ilczuk, because at the age of 19 I had a hip injury and I had many questions, and I could not possibly find answers to the questions I had. So I would like to appeal to you to support research activities, because in our center, and that is the Center of Research of Creative Economy, we do a lot of research, and this research helps to find answers both to dance practitioners and theoreticians. So thank you for your kind support, and I think that this sense of unity in this dance community, no ostracism, but yes, of course, a young woman, old man, but a dancer, but still we see that there is a lot of help and support given to dance research, and I do hope that we will help you to find many answers both to historic, anthropological and economic issues related to dance. Thank you, Emilia. Thank you very much. And one more person wishes to speak here. Could you please pass on the microphone? Thank you. Jagoda Ignaczak. I am a dance historian, although recently I've been thinking of myself as a chronicler of the past. And we initially were talking about promoting dance on TVP culture on other channels, but I would like to revisit this topic because the perspective of the future that was presented by Director Jurosz and Czyż are quite promising, and we're very happy to see such perspectives. However, I come from a lower carbon epoch, so I was dealing with the dance prior to 1989. I remember that dance prior to 1989, and we spoke about many autobiographies. I would not be a theatrologist and a dance historian not for the ballet meetings in Łódź and the great ensemble where I worked, but for the great dancers who were performing in Łódź, and they had a status of the today's celebrities. So that was the case in my hometown of Łódź. And I know that those days in the past there were many such ensembles, and in TV archives there is plenty of material about different dance groups in different cities. In Poznań, for instance, Konrad Dziewiecki and his group performed at all film productions, and sometimes it was open air or just a number of cameras, or Janina Sobczak and her performances and other performances that were produced during the Łódź Ballet meetings. Anyway, if we want to talk about dance art in a responsible way, we cannot possibly forget about history. Yes, we were not born as an art dance in 1989. We have some great examples in the past. We have some great names that we need to revisit from the past, and we have to recollect those names or help the youth to learn about those people. I'm an academic teacher, just like Joanna. We have the same problems. How to talk about Konrad Dziewiecki without Konrad Dziewiecki and without his spectacles, without his performances. And so, for instance, once a question asked in 1976 to a publisher, who is Konrad Dziewiecki? And undoubtedly then that person would know the answer. So let us not be afraid to revisit the archives. Let us not be afraid of remembering the past, because without the past there is no future. Thank you very much for your kind opinion. Perhaps this Congress is the place where we also may have this postulate, yes, and in our archives we have a recording where we have Leonard Bernstein, and but we simply do not have the rights to such materials, and such materials many times have some legal legal problems, and where many times are not allowed to use such materials. So perhaps after this Congress we will find some space to talk to lawyers and specialists on copyright, and either change something or adjust something. So we need to find a legal solution that will help us to gain access to such archives. Those are huge archives, and within the framework of an EU program, our documentation center did a digital reconstruction of material. Those are short documentary pieces from such centers. So we do have material. And we have performances where Grotowski is there. It's full of treasures. But the largest problem is that we as TV channel do not have the right to broadcast this material. It's not that we are fencing off. No, we want to do that. And as we were working on our ballet program, there was this continuous discussion between lawyers. Lawyers were looking into our material, trying to understand whether we would be allowed or not allowed to use this material. We would love to use it, but there is some content that we need to buy, and it's quite expensive. And those are TV productions, and it's not about technical quality that is problematic. We can do that. I mean, we have a center that can do the digital reconstruction of an old material, and we have 4K quality of image. The only problems that we're facing are legal problems. So perhaps this is quite an important postulate of this meeting. We need to deal with legal matters. And here again to you, sir. We have this cyclical program called Z Przytupem. Yes, there will be a sequel to it. But anyway, we would love to open the archives. And we spoke with Director Jurosz. We would like to prepare the material that you could then use at your universities. But so far, our hands are tied up. So please help us. If the Congress could help us to talk to the lawyers, we would be very grateful. Of course, yet another task to deal with. And I would like to talk about the Krakow case, because I was also asked to speak as a representative of the Institute of Music and Dance. So just a minor thing that we can do, it's a recommendation, as it was done by the Forum of Dance Art. We may write a letter to the mayor of the city of Krakow so that he does not commercialize those institutions. So this is just to make a reference. Now the time is, and all the panel discussions will be constructed in such a way that the last half hour shall be devoted to answers and to the commentaries to the questions and commentaries that are sent to us by chat. Together with either we have received a number of questions that address to specific persons. So let us begin this part of the panel discussion. So Professor Ilczuk, over to you. In your research, do you take into consideration dance teachers? So do you include dance teachers, dance instructors who teach at private schools? Well, our assumption was that no, we were aiming at those who work as artists, creators and performers, but not teachers. Okay, thank you. So it's not, and actually the same rule applies to all fields of art, music and visual arts and dance. Even musicians were holding a grudge against us from the Chopin Institute because of that. Okay, please pass on the mic. The side microphones have been disinfected. You can use the side infected that were disinfected. Just let me add, I would like to refer you to a discussion that you took part in, some of you, 2 years ago, or was it 3 years ago, when the nationwide conference on culture was taking place, and we were holding meetings, and in Bytom in Rosberg Theatre there was a discussion about dance, and there you were trying to identify or define the professional dancer. So there we still have recordings from that conference. There was a panel discussion devoted to the status of an artist and definition of an artist, and there you held a discussion, and you also identified the dance artist, and this is how Professor Ilczuk was later on treating artists in her research. So an answer to your question is at the webpage of konferencjakultury.pl.
Thank you very much for this comment. Let me now move on to the second question, a question to Leszek Bzdyl. How should we look for new spaces for dance? Well, we simply should be doing it. We should be searching for them. I believe it's a very complex and complicated question, and I'm afraid there's no good answer for it. You just need to be persistent. Very many people emigrate while looking for a space for dance, and you can also emigrate into different directions. Well, I don't want to be the smart one here. No, I believe you simply can't answer this question. It's a too difficult one. Well, you can obviously keep searching and looking for, but you know, you can find it under a tree or on a meadow or in an attic somewhere. I just hope that one day this search will be done by two parties, so those searching for space and also those who manage such spaces. I believe that if only one party is looking for space, then nothing good will happen. You need to have some coherence here. Okay, Leszek, maybe think over an answer to this question, you know, a more complex one. Yes, okay, at the end I'll come up with a column. Yes, maybe you'll write a column and we will publish it on our website. Maybe I can give you such homework. Yes, okay, I must say I'm quite concerned now. Okay, before the Congress, in 2010, only professionalists were invited to the Congress. The rest were omitted. I believe it's a question to the Institute of Music and Dance. Well, I'm aware of the fact that the dance community means not only professionals, and each time we announce tasks or programs that the Institute directs to the dance community, then it is to the entire community. We are in touch with associations, ensembles, NGOs, which not necessarily in their statutes deal with dance, but who also, for example, are responsible for promoting dance. So we definitely go beyond professionals, and we cover all those who deal with dance, and hopefully this community will grow even bigger, so that those who are not passionate about dance yet will join us in the future. Well, this will be a quite general answer on my part. Well, has anything changed since that time? Well, for sure, in 2010, let me rephrase it. I'm not sure whether the Congress in 2010 was intended for professionals only. Ania Król, could you maybe refer to it? I don't think so. I don't want the person who asked this question to take it amiss, but I don't believe that it was intended for professionals only. Okay, since people who are involved in dance, Madam Professor, earn the least, but on the other hand, there are no institutions that would support dance artists, what would be the alternative to grants? Could you please say it again? If dance artists earn the least, what else apart from grants could be offered to them? As I was preparing myself to these discussion panels on the situation of artists, I had to focus on other things that only entitlements such as retirement. And I showed to people a situation in several European countries, but also countries outside of Europe. There was Canada there, Brazil. We didn't do research in the United States. Yes, there was South Korea too. Why? Because there was a series of suicides among artists because they were in such a bad financial situation, and only then they created a support system for them. So we showed here a system and a range of mechanisms, and here I'm not talking about such things as facilities, but about norms and standards that are built by the community itself and by their representatives. I believe that if we say that if there's some really bad situation in a given area, then according to the principle of subsidiarity, we start from ourselves. We start a lobby, we create this interest group, and we really should believe again in different trade unions, guildias, and so on. And that they shouldn't be responsible only for redistributing royalties. No, they should also, for example, work as a lobby when legal documents concerning artists' rights are being prepared. Now, I hear from you very often this term state. But now, well, cultural centers are mainly in the hands of local authorities. So we also should lobby there. We should do our best so that people who become members of local authorities know what culture is, and that it doesn't boil down to schools and libraries. We should focus more on programs that help artists. And we should provide this help not only through paying their insurance and thinking about their future retirement. No, we should think about their earnings too. When I did my first research on the employment market of artists, I said that we needed to understand the specific character of these jobs. That, for example, if someone takes a rest, it's not because they are being idle or lazy. It's the specific character of the job that requires taking some time off. Now, we did this review of all the countries that we researched, and we created this document called International Perspective Support Systems, and we dealt with different cultural industries there, including the dance industry, and you could see what different countries do. Some of them focus on social insurance. Other focus on this belief that being entrepreneurial doesn't mean cheating. Yes, Polish artists, Polish dance artists, they cannot evaluate their work. They don't know the rate for 1 hour of dancing, for a project, for 1 day, for 1 working day. I remember this situation. There were dancers and musicians at one table, and they were working on a given project. And, you know, the question went to a violinist, and the question was, okay, so how much will you take for this gig? And he said, okay, 800 zlotys before tax. And then the question went to a female dancer, and she had no clue. Yes, but this is what trade unions deal with, no? Yes, but I believe that dancers, they really should know their position on the market, and we as the Institute of Music and Dance, we will definitely develop good practices so that hourly rates and monthly rates don't go down. And I actually appeal to the entire dance community so that they don't perform without signing a contract. Why all of us actually do it? You know, then we have all these legal problems. For example, during the COVID pandemic, we saw it very clearly that, you know, if contracts were not signed in time, then, you know, people were just left on their own. Yes, there are very many good practices that we actually miss. And I'm talking here about this top-down and bottom-up approach. And yes, the role of trade unions, as it was said here before, play a role here. In Switzerland, you know, you are paid for all the rehearsals, and you cannot be paid just 10 zlotys per hour. No, there's the rate that is established at a higher level. On the other hand, you know, this ability to negotiate, this is something that dancers should be trained to do. I also believe that earnings transparency, this is another thing. Now very often people are paid on a very random basis. You know, in Finland, this problem has been solved. There you have very clear earnings transparency. Ms. Sachs, please. Well, ad vocem again, I'd like to refer you to the publication of the Dance and Music Institute called Vademecum of an Artist. I'll read it out for you. So we have this legal and administrative guide which speaks about legal issues related to this profession, copyright, earnings, and so on. I believe that some of the answers can be found in this document that already exists. Well, you can actually find it on the website of the Dance and Music Institute. It's actually free of charge. So do use what already exists. Please do not reinvent the wheel. And as I've said, it's available online. Yes, there's a gentleman there. Thank you very much. A question comes to my mind about this social responsibility of dance. In the materials, the Congress materials, I could read that in Great Britain, dance is second most popular leisure activity after soccer. And I believe in Poland it could be the same. So what about this social responsibility? Do we try to encourage people to do dancing? So that's my first question. The second question is to Leszek Bzdyl. Well, you told us your story. It's a wonderful anecdote, and very many creators know it. They know not only your story, but you know, other people's stories too, because it's like a very universal one. So the question is the following. Is lack of facilities or a wrong director in a cultural center, are these the only hurdles? Maybe we live in Bauman's world and people don't integrate anymore. How should we encourage them to build communities? Okay, let me refer now to Edinburgh, to Scotland, Great Britain. In 1992, I spent 3 weeks in Edinburgh. I worked there in workshop theatre, but at the same time, I conducted a series of workshops in schools in Edinburgh, and with the exclusion of schools that I simply was afraid to go to because I wasn't sure whether I would survive meeting students there. In every other school, in all the other schools, I could rent a room, and students came running to have dance classes, and it was the year 1992. Now, if we think we have the year 2020 now, this culture of competition and culture of community, it had been continued this way for, I don't know, decades or centuries. So this awareness that, there is such a phenomenon in society is great. Then I was sent to this district of Gowan near Glasgow, where I could watch US teachers who had who conducted dance classes, and also every kid knew what it was all about. But they were not specifically trained for that. They just knew what they were doing. They knew that it was that was a contemporary dance class. So social awareness, that's an issue here. I believe that, the moment when we started everything in 1990s, it wasn't only this specific moment for different ensembles, dance groups, and so on. The beginning of 1990s, these were wonderful years because, still in the 1980s, people wanted to speak up their minds and be loud about it and be open about it. And there was a society that was also open to it. And there were also places that were simply degenerated, and that's why we were welcomed with open arms. So very many, the situation was different. Now, it seems to me, and as I've said at the very beginning, well, I'm here maybe to disagree with others. No, but I don't want to negate everything that's being said in here. I do agree that education and promotion are extremely important, but I also want to say that it's important that we create this intellectual space. That there's this intellectual pressure that will force certain groups of artists, not only dancers, but also painters, musicians, and so on, to speak up their minds.
And I'm sure that there are people like that. There are 20-year-olds and younger people than that. They have things to say. However, how often does it happen that there is this place and time that that particular person may speak up? And this Congress is there to generate a multi-directional thought. So we cannot be thinking in one direction only, but we have to launch the thinking process in many different directions, and some artists will go this way, other artists will choose some other artistic path, and there are anarchists as well, and anarchists need a totally different type of space. So a free space for anarchists where they can promote their own art, because they cannot speak elsewhere, and perhaps this socialist and anarchist is the person that will push the arts in some kind of fantastic direction. Well, I don't know why, but I, for some reason, felt the urge to speak of socialists and anarchists. Anyway, but it's about multitude, and it's about certain sensitivity in which we look at this phenomenon, because we need many different solutions. Thank you. I don't know, Tomek, are you satisfied with the answer? Please use the mic. No interpretation. Well, I am not expecting Leszek to give a full answer, but still, of course, we have to stand up and voice and indicate there are so many differences, because once we speak in general terms, it is not very tangible. What is tangible is, for instance, what they do at TVP Culture. So is creating space for dance and art, is it the only tool that we can generate? And what do we want to do? Is the point of having different groups and then we watch them on TV? Or perhaps we want to attain some other artistic and cultural values. They do not exclude each other. But I think it's quite important indeed to see that there are many different directions to follow. Yes, as far as the Spaces for Art, this is a program. It's one of the many tools that helps us to solve certain problems, and the objective of that program, Art Spaces, is to unite a local community, arts community or dance community in a region, so that they know they have their own address, they have their own venue where they can come and work. And this time was meant to be used to the internet users and their questions, but people write, for instance, that many times they do not have access to venues and where they can express themselves artistically. So perhaps we should have such venues where artists could come, just use a schedule and use those premises either free of charge or for some small fee, and do their physical training, rehearsal with their group or with themselves. Or maybe we could use some choreographic residency programs based on competitions and such create such possibilities for choreographers. So this is one of the tools that will help us to solve some problems. So the more specific we are in showing solutions, the more possibilities are there. Real possibilities are there. Yes, you mentioned England, and then you gave examples from Britain. No surprise, because in Britain they have a good arts education program and creative partnership program, something that the European Commission went crazy about, and they wanted to do it on the continent. But in fact, that is the program for teaching children in British schools. As far as public schools are concerned, we have a question. PE reform. Could we reform the dance sector using PE classes, and what can we do with physical education classes at schools? So we have to exchange knowledge between PE teachers and dancers. So what do you think about this solution? That is exchange of experiences between PE teachers and dance instructors. I think that yes, indeed, we need to have a more comprehensive approach because we have really well-trained specialists on physical education, and they're very well trained in biomechanics and so on and so forth. But at least 2 semesters they could do using dance classes. And as far as dancers are concerned, yes, as workshops, they can run some workshops, or somehow we can create a good interface for PE and dancing. And for me, PE and dancing is just the same thing from the point of view of the school, because dance is a part and parcel of physical education. And once dancers meet PE teachers, then undoubtedly that would be very much advantageous. And just would like to make a reference to the previous topic. I think the point is that we have to support the personalities of dance. Those are choreographers, those could be some other dancers, but the point is that we should support each other, and we need to promote our knowledge, and we should also talk about our problems and exchange opinions. This is very important, because once we're trying to break the wall with our heads, this is something that is I'm familiar with at institutions, being anarchists. Then we're trying to break the walls through the walls with our heads. But sometimes you have an idea, and some people are crazy about dance, and they would like to do something about dance, but it's very difficult for them to talk to institutions. We're going to talk about education tomorrow, and we're going to talk about this promotional education. We have this idea of running a campaign to promote dance as part of PE classes, and headmasters know that instead of PE they may have 1 hour of dance instruction. So the question is, why don't head teachers don't do it at schools? I will speak as a parent. For instance, at musical schools, children may have dance as their PE, because undoubtedly that is the milieu, those are the children that should be trained dancing, and I think that they should be developing. And I know that my child plays a very specific instruments, but and I'm afraid of my child playing basketball. Because playing an instrument, my child should not be playing basketball, because needs to protect the fingers and hands. So perhaps we may start with musical schools, because this is where children need dance. Looking at Romana, for instance, and I know Romana from many different workshops, and we know dance for musicians, for young musicians, is something incredible. This is how children actually need to dance, because they spend many hours in a natural body posture playing a musical instrument, and PE cannot possibly help the child return to normal posture, but dance will. So I think that musical schools, I beg you, for having dance classes at musical. Tomorrow there will be Director Bartek from the Ministry of Culture, National Heritage. We may speak about education with him, and we'll start solving this problem. I'm from Poznań Academy of Physical Training, and I think I will speak in greater detail tomorrow. But why are you so modest? Why only 1 hour of dance against PE? Sport is very important for the development of a human body, but sport is not against dance. and dance is also very necessary, but the intention of dance is different. That is, dance is about the integration of a human body on the cognitive, emotional, physical level. So undoubtedly dance should be added as an additional hour to the curriculum, and I will be happy to speak about it tomorrow in greater detail. Yes, tomorrow we're going to have an educational panel, and indeed I fully agree with you. I think that 1 hour of PE should be done as sports, and the other hour of PE should be done as dance. Why not? Yes, I also agree with that, and I think that the proportion is not right. There is not enough dance. It should be at least 50-50. Unfortunately, we have to conclude now. It's a 0-0, which means it's time for a break. I would like to thank all the panelists. I would like to thank Madam Director, and would like to thank all of you for your kind questions. So we started with many different topics that we may further discuss for many hours. This is what the Congress is for. I also would like to say that on my side, from just a story, I remember that time when I was in Lądek at the workshop, and Ewa Głowacka, whom most probably all of you know, she approached me and said, Ida, there was going to be that program, it's called You Can Dance. Just join it, because you should show how dance is important, but do it professionally. And this is how my adventure began. But Eva started, and she had that space, incredible space, because dance can permeate through so many different areas. And due to my activities on the TV, I have many people following on my Instagram, 280,000 people, but 90% those are people who are fascinated with dance, and they want to discover dance, they want to understand dance, they would like to be a part of dance community. Many times they no longer have the possibility to become professional active dancers, but theoretically they may still stay involved. So thank you very much for everything that is happening. I hope that it's going to be a fruitful time, and now we have a 30-minute long break, and we will be back at 3:30 sharp. Many thanks. See you.
Aleksandra, bardzo serdecznie powinniśmy się nie dotykać, aczkolwiek cześć.
Cześć. Tomasz.
Słuchajcie, jeszcze zasiądziemy, jak będzie widownia wchodzić, to będziemy czołówka. Ja zapowiem króciutko, przekażę ręce Kasi. Kasia was przywita i przedstawi króciutko. Później puszczamy takie postulaty, które wypracowaliśmy.
I ty je komentujesz?
Ja je nie komentuję, my je tylko pokazujemy.
A, czyli ty nie wyczukujesz nic?
Nie, to są postulaty, na które chcemy albo odpowiedzieć, albo przynajmniej się do nich przybliżyć. I zaczynamy w kolejności ustalonej.
No właśnie, ta kolejność ustalona jest chyba nie ustalona.
Nie ustalona jest, ale Andrzej Hamerski robił taki, że kto po kim...
Tak, ale rozumiem, kropokiem tylko tematycznie,
Aha.
a tematy są przypisane do ludzi. I ja stwierdziłam, że to chyba nie może być tak.
Dobrze.
I miksować te wszystkie tematy,
Dobrze.
odhaczać, o czym rozmawialiśmy.
Dobrze, ale tam było, że na przykład Andrzej ma
Ojej, obok pani dyrektor zaraz.
Cześć Andrzeju, a powiedz mi, to nie przypisałeś ludzi?
O tym mówisz, że właśnie holistycznie, a nie, że tam losowo każdy o swoim.
Dobrze.
Kątem oka widzę Magdalenę Jóźwik, która nadchodzi z prawej strony. Chciałam się do niej uśmiechnąć.
Cześć Magda.
Dzień dobry.
Przyszedł koło ciebie?
Ale zawsze bo kogo ja się
A, ty to masz lepiej, kurde. Tak, Magdo?
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Sprawdzam, czy wszystko okej.
Jestem bardziej.
Okej. Wszystko jest najlepszej. Ołóweczka nas odpala, czyli...
La la. Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall resume and we'll begin the second discussion panel. Welcome back after the break, and we are meeting to discuss a very important topic from the point of view of the Institute of Dance and all the consultations that we have had during the last year. And it has been noted that managing dance and dance production, those are the issues that are quite important for this community. Therefore, we have a number of experts on the subject, and the moderator will be Katarzyna Meissner, the director of the Institute of Music and Dance. Hello, everyone. Madam Director, over to you. Thank you. And of course, I'm looking forward to your support as well. So we have just spoken about, actually, it's been quite an interesting conversation. Let me recap it. The topic was how often to talk about dance, and we thought that once every 10 years is not enough. So perhaps by the end of this Congress, we will have some better news for you. But we still have to talk about it. Anyway, good afternoon. Indeed, this is a very important topic, as Aleksandra has said, and I'm very happy that it is a part of our consultations, and I'm happy that we're going to talk in this milieu about financing and managing dance productions. I am very happy to welcome Paulinska, Pani Wyciechowska, Pani Machnik, Mr. Grzegorz, the Deputy Director of the Kielce Theatre. You can actually have a round of applause or two, so that we feel some blood rushing into our palms. Andrzej Hamerski, the Deputy Director of the Poznań Musical Theatre, and just a little bit of applause could be better, but there is potential in this room. And rhythm never dies. And Szymon Wróblewski, the Adam Mickiewicz Institute. So we are beginning with the postulates. Yes, can we see the postulates, please, that have been drafted in the result of the consultation? So there are many postulates, there are many challenges. So let's take some time to read them out. Can I just read it out? Because actually this is some of those points have been voiced for the first time ever. So creating a comprehensive management strategy for the production, sales and operating dance performances in Poland and abroad, developing a strong dance brand, developing the list of tasks and competences for dance production related professions, creating the so-called producer's pathway that takes into consideration individual stages of professionalization, also developing a professional educational path for managers and producers of dance, creating the so-called the producers' pathways, also organizing business meetings that accompany dance events with the participation of sponsors so as to raise their interest in dance as a product. So these and some other postulates are sometimes quite brutal, so to speak. So a question to Grzegorz. What do you feel once you hear that dance is to be treated as if it were a product? Good afternoon. I know it's a provocative question, because we, as artists, we always feel affected when they put us into a box to be sold. But the time has come for us as the community to say that we are creators of some artistic creations, and this is very well shown by the social context of dance. So I will speak as a dance producer. There is nothing bad when we say that we've got a product, because this is a product which could be monetized, so it could be sold. But also this product may be designed in such a way that it gives some added value, so that other people who have money and they need some added value, they would like to receive it from us in exchange for something that we need, because it's not always the money what we need. And sometimes we're very happy to hear the applaud. When I'm on the stage, I'm thinking that the round of applause is such a big gratification that the money is not always the most important thing to have, even if I am a professional artist. And if I'm thinking about developing dance as a product, that is something to be sold and to build added value and to share it with others, then we may achieve success in that sense that people would like to meet us on their pathway.
W inny sposób.
Now, I'd like us to say clearly at this Congress whether we are able to create such career development paths for producers. So the ones where you can sell the product and also build some added value. And then I won't be afraid of this term, a product of art. Okay, during the sessions before this meeting, we came up with 5 topics that tackle on these issues. So we also wanted to talk about funding dance in relation to social relationship of dance, also about promotion of dance and promotion of dance abroad. And when it comes to financing dance, we talked about this business approach to dance, whether business people were interested in dance as a mechanism of promotion or maybe something else. Now, my question goes to the speaker who's greatly involved in highbrow culture. Is Polish dance a product? Is it attractive from the point of view of business circles? Yes. Definitely, yes. I believe that speaking from the perspective of business circles, it is the most important that we understand the needs of both parties. As a brand, apart from the financial input, as a sponsor, we are able to provide you with new audience. We can help cultural institutions and different cultural events reach new audiences. Now, it is also important, and I'm speaking from my perspective, that cultural institutions understand what a given brand needs at a given time, to understand the DNA of this brand and what kind of products this brand sells, and also adapting this artistic product or tailoring it to our needs, you know, the product which we are to finance. Now, this understanding has been developing on both sides, and we have gained knowledge in this field. We get educated in this field, both the business circles and cultural institutions. But before, cultural institutions would come to us with this ready-made product just before they were to put it on stage, looking for money to do it. But from our perspective, it's important that we can jointly work out a concept of a given ballet, opera, concert, and so on, so that it meets the expectations of both parties. I'm sure you're aware of the fact that, you know, BMW as a brand had some image problems until quite recently, actually. And we were wondering what to do about it in the Polish market. And the Teatr Wielki Polish National Theatre came to us at one point. They knew our needs greatly. They also knew the history of our involvement in supporting culture. And they said that they needed a partner that would help them reach younger audiences, that we would debunk this myth of Teatr Wielki, or the Grand Theatre, as an old-fashioned institution only for the elderly, where you would come in a night gown. And they wanted us to help them reach this younger but also more conscious viewer. And we decided that it was a wonderful opportunity for us, a great chance to work on the image of our brand, of the brand of BMW in Poland. And now our involvement in culture and arts in Poland means that we are not a sponsor of a ready product, but we approach a cultural institution. Each year it's a different institution, and we suggest a joint project that would meet the demands of both parties, that can be included in the program of a given institution. Our strategy is to develop an event that will combine culture and new technologies, and then we provide the money, and this element of new technology is added to a given artistic event. And this is the end of our expectations. We demand from the cultural institution that they work out, develop this unique concept or format of an event, because this is, after all, their competence. So an event that will attract a wide range of audiences. Okay, what would be the success of such an event? Well, I must say that last year we sold out tickets for 3 events within just 2 weeks. We didn't really need to advertise it, and mind that meant 1,800 seats. During the pandemic, did you carry out similar endeavors? Well, when there was this trend to move everything online, we organized a series of interviews with art historians and those who collect art. And currently we are thinking on a completely new format that will have these 2 legs. It will also have this digital leg, so it will work online when it's impossible to meet people in reality. Okay, you used the term monetizing. It's a very good language that you used, the language of the money, right? But what did you mean by using this term? Okay, let me start in the following way. It is my dream, and I'll be referring to what Grzegorz has said and the lady from BMW. My dream is that the audience of contemporary dance events is as large as the audience of ballet performances, that they buy tickets for 150 zlotys, that they drink good wine before such an event, and that they do it every week. Okay, is this just a dream, or do you have a way of fulfilling this dream? Do you have any plans here? Yes, I do have some plans. However, I must say that I'm taking some baby steps to fulfill this dream. Now, when it comes to monetization, I'm talking here about the Kielce dance theater. Because the shows, the products of this theater, especially when it comes to fairy tales and large events, here we can attract really large audiences and very varied ones. And I believe that it's a very interesting offer for business circles. Well, family events, they are more approachable, let me put it this way. So it's an event to which an adult will come with a kid. The kid will pay for a concession ticket, but an adult will pay for for a ticket at a regular price. But on the other hand, we will have this young audience, and we will raise awareness among them. We will show them what dance is, and we will also reach adults and show adults what dance is. Have I answered your question? No, I'd like to press you a bit more. On the one hand, well, we know that you're talking about business circles, but would you like to focus only on business circles when it comes to monetizing such events? Well, this monetization means for me that we'd like to make business circles interested in dance. And I'm thinking here about large companies and the CSR departments of these companies. Well, I believe that you cannot produce really good quality things without money. I believe that we should become aware of the fact that you cannot have a good quality product for just €1. So the issue of money is important, is relevant, and we should definitely explore it. Okay, so when it comes to financing events, I'll ask Andrzej in a minute about financing done by local authorities. Okay, no, I'll ask this question to Andrzej straightforward. There was this premiere on the 12th of September of an international event, a musical. How do you finance such an international performance here in Poland? I warned my speakers that my questions wouldn't be easy. Okay, before I answer this question, I'd like to say that I believe that what Ola said was actually the key of what we want to talk about here today. We need to find this path, you know, so that we can get from an idea, from a concept to a show that is attractive for the audience and the business circles alike. And so that we also have the funds to actually produce something of a really good quality. So I believe that this financing issue will be the leitmotif of our discussion today. Because you cannot implement or meet the demands that we listed today at the beginning without money. Now, how do you produce an international show, an international musical? Well, it's a very difficult question. I'm looking at Szymon right now because, after all, it's our joint production of ours and the Adam Mickiewicz Institute. It's a very costly thing, time-consuming, and it was done under the circumstances of the pandemic, which caused some hurdles on the way. However, this process of creating virtuoso show that was premiered on the 12th of September. Well, it all started a couple of years ago when at the Adam Mickiewicz Institute there was this idea to come up with a product to celebrate an important anniversary of the Adam Mickiewicz Institute, and the idea was to create a musical on Ignacy Jan Paderewski. It all started from Hamilton, this world-renowned musical now. So we created a call for different ideas for the musical, and 30 groups of artists applied. We shortlisted 9 of them, and they got financing to prepare a 15-minute long show. After these performances, still the choice was too difficult for our institute, but also for the critics that we got from the United States and from Broadway. So we shortlisted another 7 groups of artists, and together with Adam Mickiewicz Institute, we flew actually to see these 7 performances, and in November 2018 we saw Virtuoso, and its premiere was held less than 2 years later. Now the author of the libretto is Matthew Harder, who works on Broadway. He's the author of libretto, but also of music. Brian Kite, the dean of the drama and music department at UCLA, was also responsible for that performance. And the production itself, well, it was interrupted by the pandemic, but it was unique anyway. And at some point we need to decide what was the limit of the funds that we would spend on this show, because some of the funds had to be spent on providing safety of the audience under the pandemic circumstances. So, as I said, it was the Poznań Theatre that's our sponsor here, and also other partners such as Aquanet, and other sponsors who didn't turn their back on us during the pandemic, but who actually became more flexible and realized that this year would be quite difficult for us and helped us anyway.
So this is how it looks. How about promoting Polish dance abroad? There is Poland Dancers platform, and it was launched last year in cooperation with the Adam Mickiewicz Institute and the Institute of Dance and Music. And what does the Adam Mickiewicz Institute think about promoting Polish dance abroad? Is there something special that helps us to perform abroad? Well, the Adam Mickiewicz Institute for many years have been dealing with dance, and this dance is ever more present in our projects that are supported by the Institute. And we already see many applications being filed to the Institute, and this is quite good for us, because we see that Polish dance wants to be present abroad, and our Institute does whatever we can to help them. I also deal with dance projects, and also would like to avail of this opportunity and to appeal to the Polish dance community to think in the longer run, because what Andrzej has spoken right now is something that has helped us to create events in cooperation with local partners. And just like Paulina was saying, such building of joint projects is something that helps both parties to agree on things and move on together and to attain goals. So all of the all dance companies in Poland have their own objectives. Sometimes it's a premiere and a performance and then another performance. And the Adam Mickiewicz Institute is asked about how we perform our targets, and arranging such operation of dance companies is one of our goals. And I remember one of the dancers approached us last year whether we could help them in staging a performance in 2 weeks. Well, of course, it's nice that someone is invited, although that late, but 2 weeks is just not feasible. I look at the Madam Director smiling, and those of you who work at ministries and local authorities, you know how budgets work. It takes time. So I would like to use this opportunity and to encourage you to get in touch with us, and please start thinking in a somewhat different perspective. And just like in local authorities, but also in regional authorities or at the ministries, there is this point of time when organizers ask us about our budgetary plans for the next year. So usually we have to report in September of the year preceding the next financial year. And we need to draft a list of events we wish to run. And although we have tried hard to say that, okay, this is 400,000 zlotys and this is how much goes to dance, because here we have some budget for the dance, but we don't have people applying for this funding. So I do encourage you to approach us. The sooner, the better. And if you are invited to go abroad, please immediately ask about the year when you're being invited, because the more the money you need, the more chances we have to raise those funds within a year. So I think we are all in the same situation. So I do encourage you to approach us, that we can take together care of the Polish dance community, but ask about the specific years. And if you need a lot of money, if it goes into tens of thousands of zlotys, then do talk about such level of funding with 2 years notice. This is how our budget works. Every zloty is scrutinized twice before it is spent. So please respect our joint mission of developing Polish dance. So, of course, in business, every zloty is scrutinized 4 times. Yes, of course. And that is why we speak to our partners from cultural institutions, and we speak about specific KPIs and business parameters. And I also join your appeal to apply to potential sponsors. Please approach us, but with even 2 years' notice. Business is planning budgets. Right now we are planning for our next financial year, and the business planning is usually done in September and October. So this is the most opportune time to come to us and talk about a project that could somehow contribute to changing the image, or perhaps reaching out to a new target group for that particular business. So the institution should not come to a sponsor and present a ready-made idea, but they should come and listen and talk. How? What the problems, or what are the issues that a brand is meeting, and how a cultural event may help the company to boost their brand. So how a performance would help to change the image of a company or to reach out to new target audiences. So this is something that a business and dance company can do together. And what you have noticed before is very possible. One more thing, brands, but also corporate brands, cultural institution brands, and sponsors such as BMW brand is something very important. For instance, Vogue, we cooperate with Vogue. All of that means that this viewer who perhaps does not really understand what he or she sees or hears, but still those people would like to attend those events where it is worth coming there and being there with friends and family. And if you create a project with the participation of strong brands, then on a regular basis you would be capable of attracting people who would like to be there and spend their money. So these people come, usually they attend such events, and it's important for them. Yes, this is... So what you have just said is extremely important, and we'll keep on replaying that. So Aleksandra and Grzegorz, you've heard these words. To understand business is difficult, especially if being an artist, being a dancer, it takes time, it takes space to gain this knowledge and process this knowledge. And we have been speaking about educating dance professionals, what to do so that this education moves on, or what is already being done so as to promote education with dance professionals. Aleksandra? Well, this is something we have already spoken a lot as we were preparing for this meeting. We understand that we cannot expect that dance producers, and there are not so many of them in Poland, there are producers and dance managers, and these people do not have the tools or the knowledge that they need. Therefore, we thought, what can we do for them? And there are two areas. First, we would like to present this postulate, although I don't know whether this postulate is feasible, whether it's implementable. But anyway, how about starting a cycle of workshops and training sessions for dance managers and producers, so as to give them knowledge that will be necessary for them to develop their products and to operationalize their dance performances. And also, we need to realize it is important to raise awareness, or raise brand awareness. And I'm not talking about product awareness or performance awareness, but also the brand of an individual dance artist or a brand of a workshop. And we were thinking about different topics that should be discussed. For instance, these people should be trained in bookkeeping, accounting, copyright. They should be knowledgeable about group management, how to manage the work of a group in the time of crisis, content management, crisis management. As far as content management is concerned, it's important in the subsequent talks with the business, because we need to understand what is it that we produce, what is the message of the product, what is the communication of this product. Then they can go to business representatives, say, okay, this is our style of communication, our dance company is such and such. Is there a link? Maybe there is, maybe there is none, and maybe it needs time to be developed. So we have diagnosed that these people, the managers and dance producers, they lack basic competencies. And if this pilot program called Spaces of Art turns out to be a great success, if there is another edition beginning with January, there is one. Already there is. Oh, great, wonderful. So I understand that there's going to be yet another edition of this program in January. So then I believe that in Kielce, but not only in Kielce, we will be capable of organizing workshops for those people who want to work as dance producers and managers. I guess Grzegorz is going to speak more about it, but what I can announce myself is that together with Dr. Owczarek, we took a decision that beginning with October 2021, we will run a major in dance theory also at our university. And so there are going to be theory classes, but also practical classes and the three of us thought that there are some people who have taken some training, have attended a workshop or two, but then this knowledge is very difficult to be translated into practice. So this major at our university will help those people to prepare for dance production properly and to become more experienced. Yes, indeed, it sounds like managers or producers miss competencies or tools, but I think that the problem is somewhat bigger. And I remember last time we spoke about it as well on Thursday. So together with us we have Paulina, and she's one of the few people who really understands well the needs of business, and many times the world of business does not understand the world of culture, and so there is this reciprocal need so that education works both ways, so that bankers and company CEOs come, see and understand the value that they may receive due to long-term cooperation. So yes, you're going to open up a major for management studies, dance management studies, and so there you can couple the skills of those who are there to manage culture and manage business. Let them understand each other, because both parties present a value, and it is important that both parties see the value of the other. So I was trying to analyze our earlier meetings that we have been holding since July, and one of the most important postulates that needs to be implemented, although we know that sometimes there are those one-off events and meetings like the one staged by Mr. Hausner in Krakow, but we need to provide for systematic contact between the two types of managers, so that they develop long-term cooperation and long-term financing of dance and culture. I think that we will revisit this subject again, but how about education of those managers? I think it's very important. Well, I think this panel discussion is attended by managers. I presume that all of you are managers, so I guess you have your own tools and you have your own efficiency. Our effectiveness, the effectiveness of producers is limited by the fact that we do not think in budgetary terms a long way ahead. We, as directors of public institutions, start thinking about our finances for the next year already in September, and then in December we know if this is going to work or not. So we are rather in need of 3-year-long projects. This is something that will help us, and it's important that we learn how to work, and this will to learn comes into play then when we see the clear benefit. And during the time of pandemic, it was difficult to say how those municipal budgets will operate. Especially in April, it was quite difficult to see how municipal budgets would work. So I know that developing a long-term model of financing dance development means that producers will become creative. They will cooperate with business on the long-term basis, and therefore I believe that such education is necessary for dance managers. And as far as the program called Spaces of Art is concerned, I think, just like other cities think, that indeed we may create such spaces for producer groups, as they call them. So let us have such producer groups that we trust, and therefore we need to organize workshops. And if a manager or a dancer producer produces a number of dance performances and gains some status, then all artists around will say, okay, that's a group. They know how to raise funds. They will help me. They will see whether my product is fit for monetizing, if I have any added value or not. And I have done some calculations after the first panel discussion, and my calculations show that such a producer is not only an executive who is an executive producer, but this is also a person of an idea. So such a manager should define what is it that is being, to define the product, and should be prepared for producing, and not only producing but also understanding what would be the possibilities for operationalizing it. And it should also be archived well, that is recorded, and then it should be distributed without any legal flaws. Just like a lady from the Polish TV was saying, that if there is a performance, then it should be well recorded. And if recording is done with a legal flaw, then recording is there, but it cannot be used anyway. Therefore, once we are trying to budget for our further activities, please think in long-term horizon. And also it is important to understand that once we do that, then dance as creative art will stand its ground. It will always stand its ground. Yes, and I think that we should add one more element to this. So there is an idea, there is a new performance, there is a premiere, and then an event. Okay, that's one side of the coin. But how about other works of dancing art that have already been created? How do they operate on the market? And please do not be afraid of the word product. Product is a beautiful word. And in the world of culture, many times people think that using the word product means diminishing the value of art. But I think no, it's quite on the contrary. It shows the imminent value of culture and art. So, and also the word product has this business value. So I'm using the word product on purpose. And I believe that describing art as a product will help us to increase its value. Now, let's go back to operationalization. So let's say there is this performance and the dance company would like to go abroad. They need to approach you with an advance notice. So what are your possibilities of promoting Polish dance companies abroad? Well, the pandemic has shown that that there is a major problem with staging such performances abroad.
Spektakli tanecznych i często są one
Very often these performances are operated in such a way that they don't show the value of dance as such, or I watch a recording of a show that's done from the last row of the audience, or that actually lose this specific nature of dance. I'm very glad that such workshops on how to record dance performances will be carried out, because this is a burning issue. It's a really big problem that we have. Now, dance in Poland is developing very quickly. We are trying to catch up with these countries where there's dance in their DNA. Let me give you the example of Great Britain, where dance is part of school curriculum. We need to learn something here. It's a challenge for our national dance community. But let's start from recording such performance as well. Look for cinematographers, look for those who have experience in this field. You can ask local partners, very often theaters use such people who are experts in recording such performances. You can also ask at the Music and Dance Institute. I can also help you with that. So let's start. I'm sorry, but I cannot hear the answer. The question if the speaker is not speaking to the microphone. Well, definitely this involves dance, money. Now, archiving, that's something that some theaters do, and the pandemic showed us clearly how important that was. But it definitely requires money if we want to think about collaborating with people abroad. Now, Madam Director mentioned our platform, Poland Dances. The Institute has already implemented such a platform. So we will definitely fill up the database. Now the data is also introduced in English, and the content is checked by native speakers so that the level of English is right. And a gentleman from the audience mentioned the funds. I believe that every institution that thinks about international collaboration should think about promoting itself outside of Poland. The Adam Mickiewicz Institute supports travels abroad, international collaboration. But if you want to collaborate abroad, you need to know a given institution first. So you as an institution should go to different international fairs, dance fairs, different festivals. There are also various festivals where international guests come to Poland. But here you cannot think short term. No, it's a couple of months isn't enough. You need to think about it, and it takes years to realize such a project. Different companies come to us and ask for support from our institution when they wish to perform in some exotic countries, for example, African countries, where our presence is quite weak. And in such cases, we cannot help greatly, taken into account other demands of our community. Now, there are other funds available. There are Visegrad Group funds, European funds. There's a good example of the Poznań Dance Institute that uses European funds for their networking projects. So there are different mechanisms that help you become visible abroad. So it's worth using these funds and to become visible abroad. Now, we last year in Gdańsk we had this dance platform launched. We collaborated with Polka Dot. And I believe 70 guests from abroad came to that event. That was the platform where the Adam Mickiewicz Institute was a partner of the event. Now, in our budget for the year 2020, we have allocated funds for such events, and then 10 ensembles were invited to take part in international business trips. They couldn't go because of the pandemic, but hopefully they'll be able to go in the future. So this is something that we should definitely boast about. This is something that we should support. I'm sure that in the future there will be some other dance platforms that the Institute will support. Now, this way we also gain experience and generate funds for future purposes. Yes, we are already planning the next edition of such a platform. Now, I'll be brief. As a theatre, we operate a dance space, and our goal, if the budget allows, is to allow an artist to record their performance, and we try to give such an opportunity to artists every year. We provide such artists with cameramen and so on. And this way, our country is also able to promote such artists abroad. So there's the financing of the Institute, our database, people who organize such things. And we also want people from Poland to come to us and to have their performances recorded. Now, there's the Ryszard. We have our pilot project, and we want to fulfill the idea of local events within this project. And I tell my students who do the sponsorship class that winning funds means a long-term research, and it's homework that is done for months. Now, to be able to understand business circles, you need to spend hours to actually understand how they work and operate. And we already have questions from the audience. So maybe we will take these questions now. Yes, you need to speak to the microphone, so please give us some time. My name is Janusz Marek, and I've had this double perspective or I've worn two hats for a couple of years now. So I work at the Zamek Ujazdowski Contemporary Art Museum. So I was this informal director of a contemporary program there. And I've been also a member of this Association of Independent Theatres for several years now. And I'm also part of the dance community of Warsaw. I worked at the BKDS institution. So I've introduced myself, and now let me say the following. I could reiterate what I actually said at the first Congress. At the first Congress, let me reword it. Now, the greatest success of the first Congress was the establishment of the Institute of Music and Dance. So which met the demands of the dance community. And currently this institute combines these two trends. So there's the ministerial one and the one that represents this bottom-up approach where you have NGOs mostly. And this magic word, institution, it's not a coincidence that the madam from BMW, when she spoke about partners, she used the word institution. It's no coincidence that the gentleman from the Adam Mickiewicz Institute used the term institution. Well, the madam from BMW, you actually mentioned one of the biggest institutes in Poland. For you, the visible partners, the ones with which you can have some reasonable, sensible relationships, are cultural institutions. And so we still have this division. So institutions, which are very affluent from the point of view of NGOs, and NGOs themselves, who want to simply survive till the next month. Now, the majority of performances or dance shows, these are actually events for which just €1 was spent. And obviously the artistic effects of such events, well, it's not difficult to imagine what they are. You cannot really see them. So, as long as the dance community and the supporters of this community don't create a network of professional dance institutions, groups of artists, or artists as such, won't have a normal situation as professionals. Now, yes, the Institute of Music and Dance is the fruit of the first Congress. Now it's a producer a producer and also an institution that supports different dance events. There's another institute like this, maybe in Kielce, but it's difficult to find other contemporary dance institutions in Poland. Now, okay, let's say it the following way. There's the Center for Contemporary Art, and this center gets an email from an artist. I have nowhere to rehearse, but I'd like to perform. And artists, they wish to perform, but they are the only thing they can do is get grants. So I'm talking here about the situation of independent artists, freelance artists. And if they work together, they work as NGOs. So once they get formalized, they work as NGOs. So this is the situation of contemporary dance artists. And they need to knock on the door of individual institutions that have different cultural priorities, and the dance isn't the first on the list. Well, this topic is something that we talked about a lot, and even before this meeting I've talked about it to Grzegorz. Now, what you are saying right now was also said by us in our discussion with Ola and Grzegorz. And yes, the major effect of the first Congress was the establishment of the Institute of Music and Dance, and it would be good that the second Congress also bears a similar fruit. So maybe we should come up with a postulate, with a demand, so that we create this space that could embrace NGOs, so that in this space not only rehearsals take place and performances, but also recordings of different performances. So maybe we should give this room for development to artists within the infrastructure that already exists. Now the Kielce Theatre, it has to generate some profit, it has to have a given number of performances, and that's why it cannot give the helping hand to freelance artists. But maybe in the budgets of such institutions, we could allocate or earmark some money to actually collaborate with NGOs, to collaborate with freelance artists. I believe this would be one of the major demands of this second Congress. Now, the opening of the spaces of art will take place in August, and this is our idea of how to help and how to provide artists with infrastructure and with facilities. Well, Grzegorz, the Kielce Dance Theatre, they are our partners within this program. If I understand you well, these workshops, they should also be developed as part of these spaces. I believe that maybe if this question was asked from the audience, then maybe we should repeat this question even more often and more loudly. Now, I believe we should also streamline communication between NGOs, different institutions, and freelance artists or independent artists. We need to have this database of institutions that are open to support and to show different performances. We would like for institutions to send this information that they have some space free to be used, and then artists could apply asking for some space to perform. Okay, if I may, I don't believe that this could be done with just one tab on a website. No, I believe that there's some stereotypes working here.
Panie Januszu, przepraszam.
Janusz, I apologize, but there are more people who wish to speak. I would like to finish. Yes, if just make a point. We still do not have professional dance center in Warsaw. Why is that? Well, and what does it lead to? It means that independent managers and dance managers and agencies cannot operate. And my colleagues in Britain run their dance agencies. So also independent experts in competitions cannot operate because it's not profitable for anyone. Janusz, please, could you please make a point, because there is a long queue. Oh, yes, apropos, by the way, talking about education. This education should be addressed to the officials working at municipal authorities, regional authorities, at ministries, because there are people who support arts events in Poland. And for instance, if the results of grants are announced to NGOs in February or March, this is too late. So no long-term planning is possible. Is this all? Yes, thank you. Janusz has introduced himself. Could you please also introduce yourself? Hello. Sonia Owczarek. I represent the Materia Foundation, and we are also working within the framework of the Arts Space program. This program is the result of many years of efforts to have a long-term perspective, so that finally, as far as the Polish dance is concerned, we can plan ahead. And we, as an NGO, we need to realize that visible and active dancers of contemporary dance, they do not belong to any institutions. They're highly mobile, highly creative people. They do not belong to any institutions. If they work with NGOs. And as far as Polish dance abroad is concerned, perhaps they are the most active people. So we need to understand that independent artists, once invited, such artists should be somehow taken care of by an institution. And this is one of the important aspects that we see. I also would like to thank Janusz for his thoughts, because indeed we do not have such a long-term perspective. We do not have the perspective of for a year ahead, for 2, or not to mention 3 years ahead. As far as the Gdańsk initiative is concerned, it's been great, and I understood that I finally see different spectacles on the stage. Those big budget productions and low-cost productions, and still they're great productions. So we need to understand that Polish artists are capable of doing great things at low costs, and we still have to support them. They will remain independent. Independence for them is important. But miscellaneous institutions are there to help them to open up their activities, and of course we need more dance institutions, and the Spaces of Art program is the program that helps that. But we also see, for instance, the new theatre in Łódź. In their program, they're very much open to dance, because that is the part of their program. So such new institutions also appear. And now I have a question to Aleksandra Machnik. I know that you were preparing, before this Congress, you were also preparing a very important postulate to the Dance Forum. And you were also forming postulates to define the profession of dance manager and dance producer. So indeed, there is a need to take care of dance production aspects. So we need to have some clear guidance as to what type of training and workshops we can address to those who help the world of dance. So, by the way, what does your questionnaire say about it, about those professions? If I just may add to the international performances. First, how to support individual artists, and by the foundations. We support individual artists, we support foundations and NGOs. I myself am drafting right now a contract with the Performat Foundation. They're planning for more events there. And also their artists are planning for a program that is called Polish Culture Around the World. And This is how individual artists may receive funding from the Adam Mickiewicz Institute to go and perform abroad. So it's just to say that big institutions are not always necessary. There may be a direct link. And as far as perspectives and long-term cooperation are concerned, I hope that this Congress shows the need. And by the way, the needs were clearly formulated, and those are needs addressed both to the Adam Mickiewicz Institution and the Institute of Music and Dance, because we deal with the promotion of Polish art abroad. We know that the Polish dance platform is to be launched, and I think that we also have to think about these platforms. But now I have a question. In Gdańsk, we had some representatives of South Korea because they are organizing their own dance platform in South Korea. And they asked us who of the international presenters was viewing those spectacles and evaluating them. In Korea, 40% of all credits given to performance are given by foreign reviewers. So they receive recorded material, and then it means that 40% of the decision is actually the decision taken by foreign presenters. What does it give? It means that such a platform becomes a window to the world. It becomes a kind of a business card. And also those presenters that watch such spectacles, they spread information about interesting dance companies, interesting artists. Come and see. So this helps to promote dance as well. And I think that with this dance platform, we will be capable of engaging foreign presenters as well. Yes, let me applaud on that. This is a great idea, and the previous dance platform was a very successful one, and that was due to the fact that it was very much international. But I should say that we have increased the group of experts who evaluate spectacles. Now it's a group of 10 reviewers. The earlier platforms were much smaller in their size. The juries were smaller, and I think, and you're right, that yes, we can invite foreign producers or foreign program developers for them to review the spectacles. And last year, there were quite many of them, 101 and 103 productions to be reviewed. So as you can see in Poland, on our repertoire, we have quite a number of dance production. And as far as Poland dances is concerned, here it is an example of how we are trying to promote Polish dance abroad. And this platform, internet platform, should work as a vade-mecum for all those who would like to learn something about Polish dance. And here just a small comment. After the first and second call for applications for that webpage, we have low quality visual materials. And this is important because the description of a spectacle, even in a very good translation into the English language, doesn't show as much as the visual materials. So we need to cooperate with the Polish artists so that their trailers and multimedia materials were done in a very attractive way. Right, I see your hands, but back to Aleksandra, the dance forum and the postulates. Yes, just in brief, the material that we have developed, that is the description of jobs and the description of roles and responsibilities of dance producers and managers, because they shoulder responsibilities. So both producers and managers, they are responsible for the final product, and they're responsible for that product in time. So I think that such description will serve as a basis for Polish artists, managers and dancer producers to use it, because this will help them to, as we said it before during the previous discussion.
Potrzebuję to powiedzieć. Taki mój postulat. Proszę Państwa, w momencie, kiedy Państwo podejmują decyzję o spektaklu.
So when you are taking a decision about a spectacle, first you need to get together and you have to agree who is the manager, who is the producer, who are the artists, who are the technical staff, who is responsible for what, how much is paid, and then you have to think about licenses, who can sell the license, and so on and so forth. All of that has to be agreed. Right now it's all spontaneous, and therefore later the effect is, the result is that the project may not be staged for many different reasons. So you need to think about it ahead, well ahead, right at the very beginning. Once you have the idea for a spectacle, you already have to think about all these aspects. And then the material that is released after the premiere is a key piece of communication to the world. If this material is of low quality and is not well thought through, if there is no coherent communication, this product will not be monetized. So please be careful. And it doesn't mean that you have to employ expensive people to register spectacles. Yes, and by the way, it's becoming more cheaper and cheaper, yes. There are many artists who could do this type of job in exchange for some other services, for instance, for dance lessons. So if you want to develop your brand, your individual brand, your product, you have to be very thoughtful, and you have to actually agree all aspects before you begin the project. I realize that I have not answered your question, but I do hope that the material that you have developed will be of high quality. Yes, and then you can speak in the kołas.
Dzień dobry, nazywam się Emilia Potocka. Jestem artystką.
I'm an artist, an independent artist, which means that professionally I deal with dance and I'm trying to survive. And my postulate may be quite provocative, but feisty. Sometimes I have this impression that ballet and classical dance are well arranged for, and you say that you can have a spectacle for 5 zlotys, but me and other artists, we deal with minority dances, ethnic dances, world dances, and for instance the lady from the oncology ward said that they are promoting dances from Israel. But I deal with the Chinese, Mongolian, Tibetan dance, Uyghur dance, and I know people who deal with specific dances, and we are treated as people who just like simply like dancing. But I am dealing with Chinese classical dance. That's a lot of martial arts there. There is a lot of acrobatics there. It's very, very difficult to handle. And for instance, Radek would say that I'm an amateur. My dance is recreational dance. No, it is not true. It's very difficult. So who will take care of us? Where should I go? Where will I find premises to have rehearsals? We have to buy very expensive costumes because our dances should be performed in costumes. And so here we are, a band of amateurs. No one wants to take care of it. Okay, when have you applied to the ministry or to the Adam Mickiewicz Institute last time? Or when? Yes, of course. I have just found out about the possibility to apply only recently. I tried to apply to the ministry. Yes, you're most welcome. But the point is that my career does not coincide with your requirements, so there is no point in writing to you. I returned to Poland 2 years ago and I'm no one here. I have no achievements in Poland. Why? Because I don't have any cash, because what I do, I pay myself for it. I run classes and I earn 20 zlotys after a workshop because I have to pay for the room, for the premises. So I'm not a big name type of artist. And we cannot create the community because we do not have the money. Because to have the community, we need to have the place, and I need to pay for the place. Yes, but our premises are all wrong. I apologize for being so blunt. You have a wrong perception of the Institute of Music and Dance. We do not deal with contemporary dance. If this is public perception, then, Madam Director, we would have to think about our communication, of course. Okay, but how about talking dance? Not only contemporary dance, but this is the Congress of Dance, exactly. And my impression is that this is the Congress of more contemporary dance. So how about taking into consideration the representatives of other dance groups? So what do you want to say? Does this Congress deal with contemporary dance only? Yes, all the time you keep talking about contemporary dance, almost always. No, not in this panel discussion, but well, the point is that please remember there are many dances. It's not only contemporary dance. I love contemporary dance, by the way, and I love classical dance as well. Grzegorz, over to you. I just would like to calm you down a bit. Listen, we all work in administration. We know what is 0, what is 1. We know how to count. We know our duties. But also we are here because we know how to recognize talent. If you come to us or to any other art space and we see and say, yes, this is a talented person, and someone else will also think of you as a talented person, we will give you an opportunity. So please come, and then perhaps it shall monetize as well. Leszek said, he had a very difficult question. I don't actually remember that question exactly. How to find space, how to find a space. It should be both bottom and top. And as an organizer, together with my wife, we have been running a theater for 25 years. And it started as a private theater of 2 people with 2 tables, 2 desks, and then 25 people passionate about theater. But now we have 20 people in administration and many different artists cooperating with us. So we've seen it all, and we need people like you, because today I have an organization and I'm here to see talented people. If talented people come, I will be happy to see some sense of those art spaces that are being run by the Institute there to find talents, and that they are not available in all the cities. Yes, it's just a matter of time. Please remember that Spaces of Art, it's still a pilot program. I still have the mic, and it's very difficult to speak to you, especially if you're no one. Wow, I've been moved by you, thanks a lot. But this actually is positive. I apologize for being highly emotional, but yes, I do have emotions, and that's beautiful, because dance is all about emotions as well. And a gentleman there in a navy blue t-shirt, please. And I see you as well. My mom works with colors, so I know names of colors. Hello, I'm a manager of a center of dance, and for 20 years I have been dealing with dance as a manager, not as a dancer. You can judge by my posture, but most of my life is about dance marketing and promotion.
Now, you could ask me what I would need to support organizations better, to work internationally better, and to help those that I feel have a talent. I don't need a workshop. What you're talking about here, this is either an ABC or something that I cannot achieve as an organization, because I'm not the Grand Theatre and I'm not a BAW company. Well, designing things, developing projects, this all makes sense. However, you know, I always ask myself this question: Why would you like to educate someone if you have nothing to offer them later on? So maybe I will tell you what would make my job easier. Now, we are successful because our ensemble, Zawirowania, carries out from 8 to 10 projects yearly. And because of our position on the market, we could actually help others. We could already help other festivals perform in Warsaw. But in Warsaw, there's no space for such performances where a professional dance festival could take place. Now, we've been sent from one institution to another. Why? And we still don't have our own space because we're not an institution, we are an NGO. Well, I cannot just complain here because we've been financed for 15 years now by different institutions. But I'm speaking as a manager here, and I believe that some of this money is spent irrationally. Some of the grants that have been spent on different institutions could be used to create space. I believe that if you took 10% of this money, then you could build a space for performance. Now, if I get money for a festival and I want to invite a given group, then the municipal theater takes 20,000 zlotys from me. But after all, I got this money from the city, so I give them back what they actually gave me. But on the other hand, I pay taxes, so this is irrational. No, it's not, and I'm saying it here out loud. Really? 20,000? This is what you pay? Okay, so this is very cheap. Okay, if you tell us where you pay only 20,000 zlotys, tell us during the break. Well, after all, there's this wonderful stage that could be used for dance. We don't use it on a regular basis. Okay, I'm afraid that, I'll land in someone's bad books in a moment. Okay, what I'd love to see after this Congress would be a certain system based on, and after all, I believe all of us want this, based on collaboration between the government, local authorities, and NGOs. Well, we cannot compete against one another. We also need this room for collaboration between local authorities and NGOs and the state. So that's one thing. Lack of collaboration between culture, education, local authorities, institutions, NGOs, the state. And because of this lack of collaboration, there's irrational use of the funds. Now, if there was one stage in Warsaw, just one place where you could have residencies, where you could have workshops, this would be very useful, because usually this collaboration goes this way. You come to us and perform and rehearse in our place, and then we go to your place and do the same. This is what all the European programs are based on. It's all about exchanging experiences. You've talked about Africa. Well, it's a very interesting market. We could really draw on this, on Africa, on South America, on Asia. Well, we do travel to countries where it turns out that they have totally different values, but then we come with other values, and it's beneficial for both parties. So maybe after this second dance congress we could have this round table and we could have institutions as mine, local authorities, the state meet and discuss what could be done to do something for dancing in Poland, then it would be great. Of course, this requires money, maybe even 1 million Polish zloty, but then you would have space for different institutions to be used. And I don't agree with your statement that only the expensive shows are the good ones. No, sometimes you have a really good one produced for little money, but the problem is that there's no future for such a show, such a performance. The problem is that, such a performance cannot enter the market. It's not marketable. So, and, well, if we don't create a system during the pandemic, then in the future it won't be better. Now, the dance fair in Germany didn't take place. It affected half of the market, but maybe we could get ready for the next year's fair. Maybe it could happen online if the pandemic continues. We need to be ready. Okay, Madam Director, please comment on this statement. I do agree with what Włodzimierz has said. I really know this situation. Warsaw isn't a well-off capital when it comes to dancing. Last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago, we had this questionnaire, a dance center of my dreams. And you replied to this questionnaire in a great number. And since then, I've been in contact with the cultural office of the capital city of Warsaw. And recently, I asked Director Jóźwik how come it was possible that there were cities in Poland, that there's this city in Poland, Warsaw, where there are 18 theaters, but no dance theater. However, well, our institute has started collaboration with this cultural office, and I believe that we will work out a solution to this problem jointly. Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for tackling the issue of space in Warsaw, because this gives us the ground to actually fight for such space even more robustly. And we'd like to have a seat, an official seat of the Institute of Music and Dance, and we'd like this seat to be also, these headquarters, to be a venue where we could give room to artists for them to rehearse and also to perform. Please use the microphone, otherwise your question cannot be translated. Unfortunately, the speaker isn't speaking to the microphone and the translators cannot hear him. Andrzej, over to you. Well, I disagree with Mr. Włodzimierz, unlike Madam Director. I just felt a bit hurt by what you said. You said that you didn't need to be trained anymore. that you didn't need to learn anymore. Well, I disagree, but don't take it personally, of course. Well, I'm just a very young manager, and there's still a lot that I need to learn and get trained in. And since last year, the Institute of Music and Dance have organized this course, this class called Leader 2.0, and I believe the next one will be organized soon. And it was a training session for directors of great experience and great knowledge, and they said themselves that they needed such workshop, that they opened them to new areas, and that they could confront their knowledge against new trends, because after all we live in the world that keeps changing. So yes, I'm smiling at you broadly and, you know, bowing in front of you. If there were such workshops organized, please consider taking part in them. Well, directors of big institutions such as philharmonics, you know, there are quite many of them. So we have quite many philharmonics in cities and drama theaters. But, you know, when it comes to dance, we're lacking everything. If there's no infrastructure, well, how can we materialize the skills that we get at a workshop? So if you can materialize something, then we will move forward very quickly. If we keep talking about ideas, then we will slow down greatly. So let's build programs such as art spaces. I have this feeling that this program will be something continued in the future, that it becomes some permanent phenomenon. So if this is permanent, then us operators will be able to support various artists, and independent ones included. So what I'm trying to say is that infrastructure is of key importance, because this way we will be on the same footing as other fields of art, such as music, other forms of culture. Well, when it comes to the situation of dance in Poland, if we were to start from scratch, if we were to erase this entire history of dance in Poland, what is it that we lack the most? Okay, infrastructure. So that's one thing. But on the other hand, then the community will tell us, no, money, this is what we need the most. But then producers will tell us, you know, but there are no good products, there's nothing to be sold. And then there's the theater who tells you, okay, I will give you the stage, but then you will have just 10 people in the audience. And then, you know, there's this viewer who says, okay, I saw this performance, but it was really bad. So, you know, I'd rather go and listen to some nice concert or to some play in the theater. So, you know, if history could start today, what would you start from? Please use the microphone. Unfortunately, the speaker is not using the microphone and the interpreters cannot hear him.
Znaczy, myślę, że odpowiedzi nie ma takiej bardziej jednoznacznej niż pana Janusza.
I believe that what Janusz said could be regarded as the best answer. There's something that you need to start with. But if we have infrastructure, then it helps us take this first step forward. Okay, so framework, right? But on Witkacy, if I remember well, he said that there was nothing better for an artist than there was nothing worse for an artist than a certain framework. Now, from the point of view of an operator, a manager, what we really need is a plan and a structure thanks to which all the things that you mentioned will develop simultaneously. We heard this demand of organizing a round table after this Congress. And I believe it's the task of our Institute of Music and Dance to work out this plan jointly and to know what to focus on and when. We've heard a lot about space, we've heard a lot about quality. After all, quality is the sine qua non condition for Ms. Jaworska to consider financing a given event. So you need to have some structure and some plan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bożena Kociołkowska. And my experience is the experience of the second half of the 20th century and the first half of the 21st century. Many interesting things have been mentioned during the first panel and this second panel. Let me refer to what Madam Director has said about product quality. I'll try to be brief. My experience involves not only Poland, but also international world. So I'm talking about such things as the World Dance Congress in San Francisco, and other happenings. And I must say that I was in contact with people who decided whether a given performance would take place or not. So when it comes to Dance of the World, that took place in 1990. And to my amazement, all these institutions and their directors, and there were institutions from France, Switzerland, Germany, England, and so on, it wasn't so obvious that we would ask them for support for a given project at that time.
So as far as education is concerned, it doesn't matter who with. Education is necessary at all times. So those representatives of and directors of institutes of culture that I worked with, they had knowledge on how to develop the art of dance in their countries. They had that perspective. They knew exactly what they wanted to promote in their countries. They knew exactly what type of initiatives they wanted to promote. And that was very helpful because I could invite an entire dance company and they say, no, perhaps we should do this or that. So that is the level of knowledge that was super important in being capable of recognizing creativity. And I took part in the preparation of the European Capital of Culture 2010, which was in Essen. And we took part in those preparations, and I saw how they were developing the artistic project. I saw how they were dealing with finance and organizing the entire event with their international partners. That was really instructive, that was really informative. So first they raised money, then they reached out for different artistic projects, then they organized an artistic project with different partners. They knew them very well, they knew their quality and their value. So what I would like to suggest, what I proposed was convincing for the sponsors. I apologize for speaking about my German experience. You have your own experiences, but I used to work in Germany for many years, and I saw really good examples. So that indeed was very constructive approach. And as far as Poland is concerned, a couple of projects that I did in Poland, together with the sponsors, national sponsors, but also foreign partners, because some of the activities were sponsored by the Polish Ministry of Culture and Rhine-Westphal Ministry of Culture, but then we had to look for Polish sponsors, and we had to find 20 sponsors. You might think, oh, come on, 20 sponsors, that's not much. But speaking of sponsoring in the US, the sponsoring is very important. But here, you spoke about the brand. Brand is important. What is it that we're selling? What is this product? And so let me give you an example. New York City Ballet, they also had a sponsor, and their sponsor was Philip Morris. So you know what they do. And so Philip Morris wanted to have that New York Ballet was sponsored by Philip Morris. And of course, New York City Ballet brand is bigger than Philip Morris brand, and they did not agree. But we're not there yet. So transformation in Poland meant that we, of course, we had a great historical cocoon as far as academic dance is concerned, and even today one of the panelists mentioned the female ballet dancers. It's just the ballet dancers. It's about education. We know what ballet is. We know what dance is. We know what contemporary dance is. So this transformation meant that what we had been dreaming for many years all of a sudden became got within our reach, and we saw so many creative people and their want to have this contact with the wonderful world of dance. And so this is when we started encountering quite a number of problems, like no premises, no people, no means. And I do believe that I know that you are thinking about many different solutions, and that would lead to positive results. Bożena, I apologize, but unfortunately we will need to conclude soon. But if you could please make a point, because we still have many people queuing up, but I already have many questions from the internet. Yes, I apologize. Just two more sentences. So, generally speaking, in any form of art and in dance as well, person is important. And because we people create a figure, and then people get around to Bina Bausch, for instance, Neumeier, Forsyth, Kilian, and many others who create works of art, and the entire world is around them. Of course, the dream would be to have something like that in Poland, and of course we cannot satisfy everyone, because there are so many people who would like to take part in this wonderful art of dance. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, any more people wishing to speak here in the room? I do not see any. Okay, good. So let us now move on to the next part, which is the questions from our online participants, whom we greet wholeheartedly. And there is a group of questions that refer to a very important subject, that is NGOs and independent artists. Let me read all the questions out one by one, and then I would ask the experts to reply. And if I may ask Paulina, in the meantime, to think about the following question: how to make NGOs attractive for businesses, right? Because we need to talk about it. Right, okay, so let me read out the questions. Whether in Poland you have any production model to be applied by NGOs, given their limitations. Also, dance implemented by NGOs in Poland, this is a huge part of any production. And the planning system is not really possible, so please, we need a solution for NGOs. I'm reading all those questions one by one because we believe that they all refer to the same issue. So we don't want to omit any questions. How to have an audience for an NGO who does not have the stage of their own. How to create demand for and how to make NGOs sustainable. Do you, that is the experts, have any financing model for NGOs, and how freelance artists are to finance their activities if they need to plan for several years ahead? Okay, let's talk about an audience, a stable audience for an NGO that does not have its own theater, its own stage. Well, it's a very difficult question. The easiest answer would be stage interesting performances, not spectacular. We know that dance is both a spectacular but also intimate performance, and if performers meet with the audience but the audience is not numerous, then the contact is close and people will be happy with such performance. They will come yet again. So the question is so difficult and so broad that there is no easy answer. But if we are engaged and if we're engaging in our performances, if we would like to have our performances staged as real experience, where we really want to share our ideas, thoughts, emotions, feelings, intuitions, then we become attractive. But without infrastructure, it is difficult. And artists cannot stage good performances without having proper conditions. Yes, there is another question here. Do you have any model of financing for NGOs? Szymon, you said that NGOs have a possibility of raising funds at your program. Yes, our institute does not support institutions in Poland. We're not like other institutions in Poland. There are municipal programs, there are ministerial programs where they can finance some productions in Poland, and of course the most difficult money to raise is the money for personnel and for overheads. But we as the Institute are more interested in the viability of dance performances, especially now, right after the pandemic. So what do we have on offer for our foreign partners? And our calendar for the next year and our budget for the next year has already been programmed. So in the case if someone already appears with an immediate request for raising funds, this may be problematic for us. So I cannot give you an answer to this question given the profile of our institute. I may say what we are interested in and what could be advantageous for the dance community. We're interested in increasing the viability of spectacles and performances. So it's, for instance, that we could have 20, 30 or 40 shows of a performance, because then it is an opportunity for you to live off it and to make it a part of your professional career, but also it will show our foreign partners that maybe you have not yet heard about a dancer company, but this is what people watch. So many people obviously do not know Poland, would like to come here. So we need to present the viability of our dance projects, and this is what we really would like to do. So this is the proper operationalization and infrastructure. That's right. Please use the mic. No mic, no interpretation. Well, the Polish Dance Network is also active here, and I hope that they will be quite active. So I hope that the Polish Dance Network will be expanded. Just let me add that the Institute of Music and Dance for 10 years has been organizing grand competitions. Those were choreographic projects and other open competitions, and they are addressed to NGOs as well. So I would even say that quite on the contrary, first and foremost, NGOs are the main beneficiaries of the programs arranged by the Institute of Music and Dance, not other institutions. And as far as the Polish Dance Network is concerned, it's becoming ever more strong. This is a grassroots initiative that we also support as the Institute of Music and Dance. And now for 3 years, this network has been in Poland for 3 or 4 years. It's their 3rd season, yes. And they are also asking for an open call for persons, for the people who are not linked and do not have any associations with the Polish Dance Network, so that they can also perform within the Polish Dance Network all over Poland, although they do not have a theater of their own and do not have constant financing. And and I'm also thinking about and hoping about the program called Spaces of Art. But the question is how to have a stable audience without having a theater of their own. But once you have a theater, then of course it all depends on it's up to the artists and their artistic products. If I may add that once Director Jurosz spoke and we had a question, what could we start with? I had that brainstorming session in my mind, because like a tornado, indeed, as far as infrastructure is concerned, here we have huge deficiencies, huge needs for infrastructure. But then I'm trying to imagine a situation. Right? Okay, let's assume we have a new facility, but this is not something to be built within a year or 2 years, because the process of erecting the building and fitting it in, could be done within 2 years. But you need to find space, arrange space, and so on and so forth. That gentleman knows what he says because he is building a new theater. That's right, I do. So if there is this will and a decision, indeed we would like to have such facility in Warsaw. It's not going to be just one small stage, and everyone would be fighting for it. It would be a number of spaces, well designed. It has to be consulted with you, because it will serve your purposes. So that is the time horizon of 5 to 6 to 7 years, the shortest. So for 5 years, you cannot possibly wait. You cannot wait for infrastructure to appear to begin. So for a period of 5 years, you need to do something. And this is what Director Meissner said. In the meantime, all the work has to be going on. So we have to realize that indeed this money is needed to you here and now, right now. You need not only infrastructure, you also need the funds so as to create, to show, perform, and travel abroad. So we also have this example of the Fund for the Support of Culture. So the Fund for the Support of Culture was announced, but there is no money on the bank account. Why? Because the legislation process is still going on. So we have to realize that such a process of creating a professional theater or number of theaters is not something that could be done within a year. Thank you. I would like our internet participants to feel that they're here. If we can ask the questions of internet participants first, and then I will give you the floor because just would like to have the fair play field for our internet participants, online participants. So there is a question about multi-year financing. So perhaps we should define it. And I'm looking at Aleksandra and Paulina, because on the one hand, our online participants are asking about freelancers, how freelancers should plan their activities if it is required to have multi-year horizon of planning. Well, we were speaking of planning for many years ahead. We're not saying that I think it's the question to Paulina, right? It's not that the financing should be given to you for a period of 5 years. It's just to know the budget cycle so that you have an offer ready to be there within a year, 2 years. Yes, indeed, this is the case. Once we started speaking about NGOs and individual artists, well, actually, I didn't see that problem before. We, as a global brand, we are a known brand, so we cooperate with other big brands. So we cooperate with other big, prestigious brands that are similar, like on par with our brand. So far, we have not been supporting individual careers, individual performance, but we do have projects that support individual artists, for instance, BMW Art Journey, and BMW supports the journey, the inspirational journey of some artists selected by the jury. And as far as local proposals are concerned, so what we do, we arrange different competitions and for instance, independent artists who belong to no institution or do not have a band or a company, they may present their talent. And so this is for a potential sponsor, such a competition is a good tool of media communication. And there's also, we're trying to reach out to we call them creative class. So those are the young people from creative businesses. This is how we try to reach out to them. And this is what helps us this is what helps us as a big brand to cooperate with individual artists. Let me give you an example. I'm a producer. I'm an independent producer. I do not represent any institution. And let me speak about my experience with Bytom brand and long-term planning. So when we thought that, okay, we'll do it away, and it was supported by Oshi brand and Bytom brand, but also for the Wesele performance. It took us a year and a half to actually stage the performance. So that was the process of looking for money, raising funds, looking for solutions, especially in the case of the Wesele spectacle. But the operation of that performance was planned for 2019. So we staged 25 performances due to the Polish network of dance, and also due to the Theatre Polska. On top of that, we could arrange more spectacles. But let me speak about our relations with business.
I did a research of the needs of Bytom company and the Oshi brand, and before the performance was developed, I went to each of the companies and decided what they need. It is not that they ordered a performance. No, we just developed additional materials that met the demands of the brand. So, for example, when it comes to the ujęci duet and the relationship with Bytom company, we had footage and pack shots in motion. that was in line with selling suits for women. And there were huge banners with Wojtek and Ania Krysiak. So that material was used only by this company and in relation to that performance, and that's why I got the money for the performance, but it took place 18 months before the performance itself. So yes, planning, thinking ahead, right? Yes. Well, I don't like to use the word problem or difficulty. It's a challenge, right? I applied for money to the Institute of Music and Dance, and that was one of our demands as producers, that the results of such calls should be by February, because we need to plan our production. Because if we get information on being awarded a grant in May, then it turns out that it's too late to plan further events because the artists aren't available anymore, there's no room and so on. I also had to plan the tour of Teatr Polska and 10 artists, and it gave me grey hair, really. I just dyed my hair. Okay, so you dyed your hair, but you didn't tell us, what kind of, to what hairdresser you go. Right, but this could be a really good advertising catch. Okay, so you planned this Wesele performance for 18 months, right? And you worked for 18 months, not sure that you would actually have the premiere of this performance. Usually, people who do such things, they do it as employment contracts, so they are safe when it comes to money. Well, what I do out of passion. And unfortunately, I need to look after my budget on an everyday basis by doing other commercial and less commercial projects. And this is what this document, being a producer, is about. You cannot do it ad hoc. You cannot. You need to be focused all the time. You need to tick off all the elements and reach the highest quality possible, and you need to do it within a given budget. And you cannot focus only on funds that you get from the Institute of Music and Dance or from the ministry, because there were several cases that I didn't get money from the ministry. But we need to be brave and daring and look for other forms of financing. There's crowdfunding, for example. I believe, really, this is not the time for us to say that we can't do something. No, we need to look for creative ways of meeting the challenges, because after all, dance is a very creative form of art. Okay, this could serve as a wonderful ending point of our discussion, but this won't be the end of our discussion. We have a question from the online audience about choreography, but we will ask this question tomorrow because we will have a panel on choreography. But we have another question. Do you find such demands realistic? Redefining several cultural institutions to dance production centers. Would this be realistic, feasible? Yes, I think yes. It's all about talking and debating. If you have people who are open and who want to achieve things at this round table, and if there's this will to get consent, then we will have it. Okay, but this means that you will dismiss people who are currently employed by a given institution. No, it's all about, you know, agreeing on some things. No, in front of my eyes, I have this team of 130 people, and I can't imagine that someone comes to my institution and says, you know, that from tomorrow on, we have this dance production office here. Yes, we do need to talk and discuss things, but I believe that we need to find some solutions based on collaboration and coexistence, and not taking over various institutions and turning them into dance production offices. So I'm not no, I cannot agree to dismissing people at the cost of others. Well, you need to work out some model of operation, and this has to be done based on trust. We are in this difficult situation and we need to learn how to do it, because after all, we have a team of artists. You know, this ensemble has its own repertoire. We have our audience and we need to look after this audience. But we also want to introduce into our spaces some new artists who represent other forms of art. So we need to have several trends here. So one of the trends would be giving artists tools and not interfering into what they do. We collaborated with this Body and Mind festival and the Swiss ensemble Alias, and we had this co-production where we had 9 people from our team and 5 people from Switzerland, and we also invited independent artists, and we toured with this performance in different cities in Poland. But you know, this fabric is very delicate, and you can be successful only through discussion and talks and collaboration and understanding. Okay, I have this demand to Szymon and Aleksandra. Realistic grand programs that would give the upper hand to NGOs, because they really cannot compete against large institutions. Now, when it comes to Adam Mickiewicz Institute, as I've said, we operate mostly outside of Poland. And we can give consent to different projects that envisage collaboration and that are long-term projects, and we have budget for it. So I encourage you that you talk about such projects. I actually encourage you to discuss projects for the year 2022, because we already have planned our budget for it. And we have a partner from abroad, a very strong one. You know, you need two to tango, but in our institute you need three. So this is the institute, one partner from Poland and one partner from abroad or more. So at least three parties involved. Now, the institute doesn't look for Polish partners from abroad. You need to come with such a partner to us. Now, we are aware of the fact that big cultural institutions have a greater potential and basically a greater chance of staging a performance. But as I've told you, I've checked the competitions from the past couple of years, and NGOs and their presence was quite overwhelming when it comes to these projects. So you mentioned here the Culture Support Fund and the Zbigniew Ryszowski Theatre Institute. Will also be involved in this project, in this fund. And now everybody involved in culture, NGOs, those involved in music, dance and arts, they will be able to get support from this fund. And now let's come to the question of space and infrastructure. My name is Anna Piotrowska. I represent Rozbark Theatre in Bytom and also the FRT Foundation in Warsaw. When it comes to Rozbark, I wanted to tell you about a reversed situation. Now, the city authorities are greatly proud of our institution and they support us greatly. So, when it comes to infrastructure, we have our stage, we have a hotel, we have dance studios, but the budget is too small for artistic activity. So, if you were to look for institutions that could become centers of such art, then maybe you could create such a center in Bytom. So as a representative of theater, I'm open to collaboration and we want to create residency programs for artists, but not only young artists. You know, we keep talking about young ones, but we forget about more senior ones, such as ourselves. So it is important that we have programs for young people who will become leaders, but let's not forget about the more senior artists. Now, in Bytom, there's no arts NGO registered. The idea is to prevent the brain drain and prevent young people from leaving our city. So I'm speaking here also from the perspective of someone who manages a foundation and also as someone who's speaking from a different perspective. So we NGOs, we are the fighting ones here, and so in a way we try to fight against the system, but we also know how to bend this system so that it serves us. So yes, we have this infrastructure available, so do come to us to Rosberg Theatre in Bytom. Thank you very much for this invitation, and I believe that I'm thanking you on behalf of everybody here. I believe that we've come to this point in our conversation that we are coming to an end. And I'd like to thank our experts. And it's been greatly valuable for us to listen to what you had to say. We did take notes, and this will help us create the program of our institute in the future. We definitely need to enhance and support the dance community in Poland. That's why we come back to the issue of space and infrastructure here. Because we need to achieve good artistic effects for reasonable money. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great honor for me to be with you today and to host this panel discussion. And I'd like to use this last minute of our meeting to thank Madam Director for organizing this Congress. Thank you very much. There are 2 more days ahead of us. Well, I'd like to use this opportunity to thank our team too. This endeavor has been great thanks to different departments of our institute. Thank you for the promotion department. Thank you to all those who've been involved in organizing this Congress. You can see their names on our website, but there's one person whom I'd like to thank in particular, who's given her heart to this endeavor. I'd like to thank Ms. Ilczuk. Thank you very much. I believe she's somewhere backstage, but you know, we've recorded this applause and we will play it to her later. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will reconvene here tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we will talk about education.